The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome, one and all, to this edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk on this Sunday. Along with Baron Orman Tagge, I am your host, Mike, and we have several articles to speak of. Hopefully, Cash wakes up sometime soon to join us.
Yeah, I was going to say I was a little slow when the Cash Money theme came up on there about being on the show. I should have piped in there going, lies, lies. Yes, who knows? I don't know. He either fallen asleep or talking to the internet company again, or and the banks are closed today, so yeah, he's got to be down at Whole Foods. He's got to get his.
He's got to be there unless he's having a Twitter war.
Oh yeah, he was kind of fired up last night about it. I got my fingers all ready to go. There's some people that they really grinded my gears, and I'm going to have to let them know. And I'll see you guys later. Yeah, Cashy, we got you, man. We got your number.
Yeah, that we've told one another this many times. If one of us isn't here, then if that person's not here, that person gets mocked.
Yeah,
during the whole show.
Well, the thing is even when they are here, we get mocked too. So
yeah, but I think we make it even worse when they're not here.
Well, yeah, we can retaliate if we're hearing game mocked. He can't do that. You're a lost soul, Mr. Cash. You're a lost one, Mr. Cash.
He is a lost soul, and at some point during this broadcast, maybe he'll pop in and say, "Okay, you goobers."
Yeah, I heard everything you guys said. That's when he's sitting there with the mic off, and it's like, "Oh, where's Cash?" And he's just sitting there waiting. What are they going to say about me?
What did these jackasses say about me?
Guilty as charged.
Yes. I'm guilty. I'm guilty of mocking my co-host, just like they're guilty of mocking me. Hey, we're friends. That's what we do.
I've never done that. Never.
I mean, look at that. Look at this face, ladies and gentlemen. Would this face lie to you? Would this innocent face lie to you?
I'm innocent. I mean, my cats love me. My dogs love me. If a person's loved by animals, they gotta be good. Wait a moment. A certain little Austrian had a German Shepherd that loved them too. Never mind.
Yes.
I wish we could actually say the words on here, but they get their panties in such it's satire, folks.
It is, but currently where we're streaming doesn't understand that.
No. Just like they don't understand T-Gap Steve. We barely understand T-Gap Steve, who is the newest member of PACIFIC414. I understand.
Yes. He is
Wow.
a member of PACIFIC414.
Wow. It's just, I tell you, I mean, moving on up there, T Gap, you're getting rewarded for your hard work. Actually, it was the luck of the draw. You could have lost. You got
You
lucky.
know what?
You got
You know
lucky
what I
this.
forgot to. You know what I forgot to do, Baron?
What?
I forgot to copy the URL and stream key for Rumble, so we can be
Oh,
broadcasted on Rumble. Crap.
and I thought I was having problems. All these people at Rumble going, "Where is he? Where is he?"
Where are they?
Yeah.
Where are they? Hey, you Pacific thing.
Is
Where are
Cash
you?
Money running your show today?
Uh, no, Cash is not running the show today.
Yeah, well, that's what they're thinking over there. It's like, we heard about that Cash Money. Oh, wait a moment. I just got a text. He's swimming in his money bin. That's why. Okay. He says he's got to dry himself off of his pennies.
Okay,
Mhm.
that would explain things, and I'm
Yeah.
gonna double check the Rumble side, and we should be broadcasting there in a few seconds.
Pennies are like sand. They get everywhere. I don't like pennies. Okay, Anakin Cash Walker. He's
Anakin Cash
Anakin.
Walker. Hmm.
That's a name
It,
I haven't heard.
it works for him.
Yeah, Anakin Cash Walker. There we go. Cash, you got a new name. Whether you like it or not,
Yes.
it works for you. Oh, I
Uh,
tell you, I pushed myself yesterday. I think it was almost 10 hours straight. But you know what? I needed to do that. I need to get back into the game here. So it's like, okay, let's do it. I need to do this. Rock and roll, especially starting with the new year. What a way to go out the old year, just rocking and rolling and then go right into the new year and burn myself out.
well, yeah, you guys had fun, Brandon, the anime
Oh,
guys stream.
oh yeah, it was great over there. It was great over there. Especially pissing you off. I mean, I love it. You know, it's like if I can piss you off on other channels, I consider that a bibs. Yeah, low spec Linux laptop got that right. It was we had talked about anime bibs. They're like bibs. I still want Penguin Dome though. 2 penguins in there, 1 penguin leaves. Come on, you and Punk Rattle.
I'll be one of the announcers.
Yeah, I love penguins. They're one of my favorite animals. Them and otters. So it's like, what better than to watch 2 penguins going at
And I
it.
do want to apologize to those over on Rumble. I'm sorry the stream didn't pop up sooner than now. Somebody, mainly the guy who's talking right now, forgot to copy the stream URL and stream key yesterday. Yeah, it's my bad. I'll take that L.
He's a bad boy. Yeah, he gets an error for this game, folks. A little baseball lingo there.
Mm-hmm. So, for today's show, we do have a few articles to talk about, and we are going to also take a look at the weekend box office.
Cool.
But one of the articles we're going to talk about is from Superhero Hype, and it says Dynamite Entertainment's Thundercats #2 variant covers are on the loose, and there is one that I'm particularly a fan of.
Yeah, it's like if I was a kid and got that, there'd be many hours just looking at that cover. I tell you. I mean, I'm at 55 years old. There'll be many hours of me looking at that cover.
We also have a couple articles from Bounding into Comics, and it says Twitch immediately reverses course on loosened sexual content policy. Depictions of real or fictional nudity once again banned.
I bet they got the spread wide wildlife shots. Like, no, that's not artistic.
Hmm. I had to laugh because the other day on Twitter I saw a meme that somebody made, and it was a couple clips from The Simpsons,
Mhm.
and on the front of the strip club, instead of it being the strip club that it was in this particular episode, they put Twitch.
Oh,
And and then the next shot you see are strippers dancing around the pole. I'm thinking, that's pretty much Twitch now.
yep. For the brief few days that they went that way, yeah. Okay, close her up, boys. Go back to OnlyFans, you thoughts.
You twats.
Yeah, that's right. I said thoughts.
And we also have another article from Bounding in the Comics that says Dungeons and Dragons and Power Rangers owner Hasbro announces 1,110 further job cuts. Shutters one office as toy sale struggles likely to persist into 2024. Well, if you're not giving people what they want, if you're not giving the kids what they want, then guess what? Sales are going to plummet.
The hell you say?
The hell I do say.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait to talk about that.
Yeah. And we have an article from comicbook.com, the first of two.
Mm-hmm.
And the first one is Ringside Collectibles Bell to Bell exclusives feature the Road Warriors. Oh, what a rush! Danhausen, Banner Brothers, and more.
The Road Warriors, it's Mel Gibson and what's his name that played in the Fury Road, huh?
Oh no, this is wrestling, brother. Road Warrior Hawk, Road Warrior Animal.
So we're not going to get
a Legion of Doom.
Oh, so we're not going to get that's bait. Okay.
No. We're not getting that. And then the other article from comicbook.com is on Christopher Eccleston, and he reveals the harsh conditions for his return to Doctor Who.
Oh, I want to talk about that.
We can make that the first story after we find out the latest episode of Beverly Hills 414.
What? You got that? Oh, cool. TCAP Steve is working hard. Working hard at it.
And Variety has
yesterday.
Mm-hmm. And Variety has an article talking about the worst movies of 2023.
I wonder what they got to say.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. I wonder if it's gonna have some of the movies on that list that we have on our own list.
But Quaalude Mania, Quaalude Mania was this year. That's got to be on the list.
It has to.
Yeah, The Flash has to be on that list. I mean, I'm sorry, it's just gotta.
Spoiler: they do have a screen capture from The Flash.
Oh, okay.
So,
hey, look at that! I was right on it. I didn't even look ahead, folks. You know my policy. I try to keep myself ignorant until the stories come. So I'm kind of like the Simpsons, so I predicted it.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'd rather be genuine with my reaction to reading an article. If I make some quip as I'm reading it, well, that's my thoughts coming out loud.
Right. Sure, it can get us into trouble, but what the hell?
But speaking of getting into trouble, it's now time for the latest episode of Beverly Hills 414. Previously on Beverly Hills 414. Crypto had his wallet in hand, not his backup wallet or decoy wallet or double decoy wallet, but the real wallet. What within, he kept his sacred bank cards. The call of tacos leading him to the ATM. That's why he's not here.
There we go. He's getting tofu tacos.
Burritos as big as your head. Something about the motto struck a memory when all of a sudden it hit him. That was the battle cry for the burrito pirates. But it couldn't be. I'm going to turn that music down just a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there we go.
Now I'm hungry for burrito. Thank you, T-Gap, Big Daddy T-Gap.
Thanks, Big Daddy. He was there when the burrito pirates met their end in Shanghai at the hands of the Taco Ninja, the original assassins of hunger, and were executed by the death of 1,000 nachos. Damn.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of like death by snoo. I'd do that. I mean, if I can't have death by snoo, it's death of 1,000 nachos. Nachos. Oh.
Sometimes he could still hear the crunching noise late at night when he thought about it. If the burrito pirates were making a comeback somehow, then the taco ninjas may already be on the way.
Oh, my word.
Taco ninjas were a different breed than the Girl Scout cookie ninjas. He and his wallet were most familiar with and lamented when their paths crossed. Taco ninjas were much more dangerous because the tacos, they're so delicious.
Tacos. Oh yeah.
He had to distance himself from the taco truck before he got caught in the crossfire. Guacamole cannons were no joke, and his outfit was dry clean only.
Where the hell can you get a guacamole cannon? I want one.
Yeah, I want one too.
Oh, wouldn't it be great to take your Tigger or taco? Fire!
All right, targeted range. Fire!
Guacamole away, Captain.
The herd of hippies had slowed to nearly a crawl, to the point where Mike didn't even realize they had stopped at park till he himself had been sitting there for 5 minutes.
You and your hippies. Hippies.
Well, geez, man, what's this guy doing, man? They were parking on the road and the berm and all over the place and getting out of drums and drugs, and seemed like they were about to have an impromptu party. All right, man. Far out. I dig it, man.
Cool, man.
Mike got out of his car and avoided some hairy woman who was petting anyone who came in range. Getting on top of his car, he looked, and it was like a mass wave of green VW bugs.
Wow. T-Gap, what the hell, man?
You're gonna break me, man. You're gonna break me.
Oh, he broke all of us already.
There was no escape other than on foot, and by the cloud of smoke started to fill the air. Yeah, man. I don't know, man. That cloud of smoke, man. I might start getting the case of the munchies, man.
It's kind of like Padawallaby's van, after he did all that redux to it, the stripper pole, or sorry, not the stripper pole, the dance pole, or whatever you want to call it, and the hookah, and yeah, driving around his mobile entertainment club.
Yeah. That way would be madness. He'd be craving Twinkies and Slim Jims before he got 100 yards. You kidding, man? That smoke, it's wafting toward my direction, man. I'm already craving stuff, man.
Get into a Slim Jim.
Ooh, yeah. Dig it. He couldn't drive out, and walking would be the death of him. Yeah, man.
Smoke's getting to him.
Yeah. I'm walking through the smoke, man. Oh, hold on, man. Yeah. Hey, I gotta have fun with this too.
Oh, I know. I'm not sure. I love the added extra effects.
Would be the death of him, and he was surrounded by a bunch of scruffy hippies. What, scruffy-looking nerf herders?
Yeah, hippies.
With with drum beats and, whoa, man, far out, dude. Yeah, man. It's a trip, man. He suddenly had a brilliant idea, but he would have to start soon. Sorry, man. Yeah, you gotta start soon, man. But he would have to start soon before they set up camp and got entirely stationary. Once that happened, he'd be there for the duration of whatever that was.
Yeah.
Moonstock, man. Moonstock. That's what they're calling this one because they're not at Woodstock. They gotta call it Moonstock, man. Baron's eyes adjusted. Yeah. Baron's eyes adjusted to the dim light a bit better, and he could see that this hole in the wall led him into some random basement of one of his neighbors. There were boxes and bags everywhere. Pieces of furniture that probably was awaiting repair were stacked here and there, but there didn't seem to be any reason for such an entrance to the lowermost level. Or is there? He was running through his mental list of his neighbors when the lights suddenly went out and somebody knocked his feet out from under him. He must have been spotted. Yeah, it's probably the Baroness.
Yeah. Long suffering.
Either he had been spotted or had been talking to himself again. He did that when he was thinking big thoughts or remembering something. He heard footsteps approaching.
You know, that's no lie either. That I had to talk to myself.
Well, what we got here, Benji? Dunno, Rocco. I caught this mug poking around here like he was sticking his nose in our business. You wants to... We should drown him in the sewer water? No way, dude, because these 4 turtles are gonna come rescue him, dude. I don't know. I'm ad-libbing.
Oh, I thought DJ Ronnie G's turtles were gonna come to help me.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Baron's nose was wrinkled. Whatever the thug kept in his bag usually smelled like the jock strap after double overtime of a ball player. How he knew that probably shouldn't be asked. Yeah, Baron. We don't want to know. We don't need to know.
I don't want to know. Not me.
Can Baron manage a daring escape from these thugs? And if he does, will he remember who lives here? Is his beard going to be messed up by having the bag over it? Probably.
Yeah.
He'll just have to go back and see Dominique.
Oh, yeah, Dominique. Yeah, wait.
What is Mike's clever plan to escape the hippies? Will he manage to implement it in time? Or will he be stuck at an impromptu VW Bug Love Fest with a bunch of unwashed masses?
No.
I don't know.
You do that every Wednesday and Sunday, so I mean... Just kidding, everyone. Just kidding. You're in on the joke.
A little joke. It's a little joke. A little ha-ha. Are the burrito pirates back? Or is Crypto's brain playing tricks on him? Is that a taco ninja hanging from the ceiling? Has he abandoned his quest to get a soda? Yeah, sure seems like it.
Yeah, especially when you have tacos.
All this and more on today's episode of Beverly Hills 414 after these messages.
No, we just gotta wake up Cash first. You know?
And now Baron shall mock him a second time.
Well, I think I'm about 3rd or 4th time now. Yeah, Baron.
Would this face like to me often? I don't know, T-Gap. You tell me.
I would never lie to you.
And hello to Low Spec Linux Laptop. Good to see you.
2 penguins enter, 1 penguin leave.
And T-Gap says, careful. If you're on Twitch, Baron can't flash his boobs anymore.
I think at least approve of bibs, because you got to free the nip movement, free, the women that don't want to wear, bras and tops, and which I'm all for, mind you. They should a lot of at least that on Twitch. I can understand anything from the waist down they don't want, but
yeah. And Los back, yep, you said it, bibs.
Bibs. Yep, bibs.
And Kustamak, I really can't tell you if the shows on Disney Plus are good besides Mando, because other than Kenobi, I haven't watched any other ones.
Well,
I wasn't a fan of Kenobi.
Yeah. Well, I would say the last season of Clone Wars, which was a Disney product, that was very good. Of good old Cash, and I think also Lord Crit, our good friend, liked Andor. So I mean, yeah, there's some stuff on it, but as it goes, I really haven't watched any of the new stuff either, because they've struck out more than than anything else, and they've made it known they don't want me as a fan. So okay, I got a place to go. I got the EU. I can watch the quote unquote legends, which EU are. On Disney, they got the old cartoons on there. I mean, the old droid show is fun. It's cheesy, but fun, So, so yeah, I don't know. I'm just sitting back saying what people in our circle sit back and say they like. People were not so warm on the last season of Mando. They weren't warm on Ahsoka. They weren't warm, obviously, on Obi-Wan. We have mixed feelings on Andor. People out there, so within our group. So I mean, and of course, I think everyone agrees that the last season, except for Jace, of course, who hates everything. Last season of the Clone Wars, which they did, was well received by our group of people. So
it was well received, but I think people really liked the final few episodes. I think it was the final 3, final 4.
Yeah, it was the first half they didn't like. It's with Ahsoka dealing with the whatever it was down, let's put it this way. Let's bring Hispanic characters in and turn them into basically petty criminals. Way to go for your being ethnically, making sure you don't stereotype Disney. Yeah.
Way to go, Filoni. Way to go.
Yep. So, but that last half, basically the lead up to the clone, the actual Attack of the Clones. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, it was.
How we found out how Rex wasn't, on Rex. Oh yeah, and Rebels. We got some mixed on Rebels, but I think a lot of people gave it a well received.
I like the first season. I never watched the second season because by that time I lost interest in Disney Star Wars, and
yeah, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. I mean, there were parts of Rebels that did kind of hit me, going, "Oh, this kind of feels a little like Star Wars." So I mean, it had its miss moments, even though it was. I don't know. People like to see it was kind of dumbed down. I don't think it was truly fully dumbed down, but there were things they could have done better with it. There was, but overall, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. I can't say about the Tale of Jedi. I haven't heard much. Oh, Visions. A lot of people were very positive about Visions. Of course, it all depends on which one they saw.
Everybody had their particular favorite of the Visions, and then some people. Yes, there were some people who watched it, but they didn't care for any of what they saw.
Right. So I thought they had some really good ones in there, and I thought they had some. Yeah, we don't need that. Who cares? And we're gonna get an earful in a few moments. By the way, just want to let you know.
Well, guess what, Goober? This is what happens, sir. This is what happens because you know what? I got a question. I got a question for you, Goober. It's a very simple question.
Where the hell have you been, soldier?
Oh, Oh, I thought it was.
What would you say you do here?
I have people skills. I am good at dealing with people. Can't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people?
And I could hear Cash now as soon as he gets on the show. I mean, it's pretty obvious we're gonna hear this.
You know what really grinds my gears?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just want to share that super secret private message he sent. I had to fix things. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. Okay, you had to fix things. I see. Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. Sure.
You
And
goobers.
Low Spec says my license isn't that on the back of the car? And he also says all I wanted was a Pepsi. Yeah, that's all Low Spec Linux laptop wanted. That's all Cash wanted. Maybe that's why you're late here, Cash. You know, Mister. You know what really grinds my gears? So how you doing, Cash?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm doing all right. How you doing? How you guys doing?
Okay.
you hear that, Barrett? You hear that tone of voice? I'm doing all right, jackass.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Well, he's still cleaning. He's still cleaning out the pennies from certain areas of the body after swimming in the money bin. So,
okay.
That can kind of chafe, you know. I realize that. But yeah, they're absolutely right. Jace has a commitment to hate everything, being the angry black metal rebel Norwegian over there. So, you sound as scared as me.
Well, I was invited to this party last night, and I decided to go. And then I realized I had to be on this morning's show. I went, "Oh, great! I got to be out with those goobers."
Yeah, in Fullerton. I saw him last. After we're done here, I went out there and sat down and watched the last part of the On Patrol Live. And what do you know? Okay, sir, please sit down here. Okay, have your legs straight out. Please cross. Do I have to? Yeah.
I don't know. I think Baron should be working for MSNBC or CNN. That is some quite a spin of the news there.
But a believable one.
Sure it is.
People believe me. I have an honest face.
Are you sure?
Again, ladies and gentlemen, again, look at this face. Would this face ever lie to you?
Look at that noble Norwegian German face there. Norwegian German ancestry with some Polish and Russian as well. Look at that. Look how magnificent that face is. It would never lie to you. It has honor.
And you know what, Baron? You should put braids in your beard. Just saying.
It's about long enough for that. I have been threatened when I had my beard even bigger when I was doing Viking stuff. That was the threats were made. Braid my hair and braid my beard. I haven't had my beard this long, and I don't know how long. I had to keep my beard short because I was in certain industries that they look down upon with having hair, too long a hair. So it's like, well, I don't have to do it. I'm just letting it go. I'm gonna go ZZ Top. I hear they need a new singer or new member of the band. So
ZZ Baron.
ZZ Baron, yeah.
No.
Or ZZ Tag.
ZZ. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
ZZ Tag.
Give me all your loving, all your hugs and kisses too. Sorry.
Well, you know who won't be giving any loving or kisses to Russell T Davies or anybody currently at Doctor Who.
Oh no!
I love this. Great segue, by the way. Great segue. You're learning, Padawan. You're learning.
Why? Thank you, Master Tag. Don't anybody clip that.
Too late. T-Gap is just working away right now.
Yeah,
hey,
that's what I'm afraid of.
Big Daddy's out. So, before we know catches. It's like, finally got something on him. You make fun of me when I'm not here. I'll show you bastards.
So we have this article from comicbook.com. It says Doctor Who, Christopher Eccleston reveals harsh conditions for his return. Christopher Eccleston says Doctor Who producers would need to be fired for him to return. That's pretty much expected.
Yeah. At least 4 people, top on down. And I agree with them.
Yeah. Jamie Lovett is the author of this article. It was posted on the 16th, which was yesterday.
Okay, Jamie. You're a little late to the game, but thank you.
Former Doctor Who star Christopher Eccleston has revealed his conditions for returning to the television series, but they're unlikely to come true. In the past, Eccleston has alluded to frustrations with the culture behind the scenes of Doctor Who while filming the first season of the revived series. However, he continues to get questions about whether he'd return to Doctor Who as the Ninth Doctor, though that's no longer the only option. Eccleston has reprised the Doctor for several Doctor Who audio stories, including one tied to 2023's 60th anniversary celebration. Eccleston told fans at For the Love of Sci-Fi convention in Manchester, England, that earlier this month come on, Mike, read. I know I'm still trying to wake up too, guys.
It was a big day yesterday, folks.
That there need to be some new producers at Doctor Who to get him back. And this is unsurprising considering things that you've heard about his relationship with Russell T Davies during that one season he was there. Sack Russell T Davies, Eccleston said. Sack Jane Tranter, sack Phil Collinson, sack Julie Gardner, and I'll come back. So you can arrange that. No love lost there.
No, none at all.
Eccleston then clarified that he still enjoys being linked to the Doctor. His issues are with the people making Doctor Who, not Doctor Who itself. That's understandable.
Yep.
Just look at the latest regeneration scene, and
oh god,
that's a further example of how far a show like Doctor Who has fallen.
Well, I mean, even the regeneration scene from Dingleberry, Ditz to Tennant, and it's like, whoa, the clothes and everything. That's not how it works.
What?
Oh.
I love being associated, Eccleston said. I just don't like being associated with those people and the politics that went on in the first series. The first series was a mess, and it wasn't to do with me or Billy Piper. It was to do with the people who were supposed to make it, and it was a mess. Why did Christopher Eccleston leave Doctor Who? Again, I'm trying to wake up. Sorry if I'm reading this all kerfudged. Eccleston played the Ninth Doctor in the first revived Doctor Who season and left at the end, which cleared the way for David Tennant to take over as the 10th Doctor. Eccleston has never returned to the show despite being invited back for Doctor Who's 50th anniversary special in 2013. Imagine what that special would have been like had he come back for it. I mean, don't get me wrong. It was good with Tom Baker there. It was good to have Eccleston back with Matt Smith. But just imagine if Eccleston had come back.
Yeah, I mean, he was supposed to be playing the part that John Hurt did. And, props to John Hurt. But the thing is, yeah, as great of an actor as he is, whatever, he had no meaning to the character. No one knew about this character. If they couldn't have gotten Eccleston, they should have tried hard at least to get Paul McGann to come in and play the Eighth Doctor, which I'm surprised. I hope they tried instead of just throwing it all away, because that would have been even more connection. There's a lot of people are are fans of McGann, especially from his work that he's done with the audio dramas that they have out there. Big Finish. I know I heard, even from when he left the show, he was not so cryptically dropping, but letting people know why he left. And it was not necessarily what he was saying at the time. It was not the treatment he was getting, but there were the people that were on the set that were getting abused by the staff in one fashion or another. So whether, I don't know if it's like the crew or even guests or whatnot, and that's what he was saying. Now it could have been a little bit more than that, but he was very, what would you say? At least he was keeping things quiet. He was like, yeah, he was letting things know that there are things he didn't like, and that's why he left. I know he was not the top choice to play the Doctor by Russell T. He wanted to have David Tennant, but David Tennant was doing Casanova at the time and couldn't get in there. So, Eccleston leaving basically popped Russell T. Davies a little chubby so he could get his little choice boy in there. I think if Eccleston, well, I think if Eccleston would have had at least one more season, people will be hailing him as one of the great Doctor Who's out there, because he had the role down, and he wasn't a fan. He wasn't a fan of Doctor Who. This was a role, but boy, he embraced it.
It seems Eccleston has more integrity than Tennant after what's happened recently.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, Tennant's part of the train wreck. Tennant is helping with all this. Tennant is embracing the bullshit that Doctor Who. Tennant's embracing the what ratings are we getting now?
Right, and I feel that it's fair to say that this should tarnish it should tarnish some of David Tennant's career.
Yeah. But but no, you got the Tennant estrogen brigade out there. And it's like, and that's all it is for them. It's like, oh, it's Tennant. Oh my God, he makes my lady parts tingle. And I'm sure there's guys that have the same response too. Probably Russell T. Davies. I don't know. But like I said, when everyone sat back and said, "Oh, it's great, Russell T. Davies is coming back," no, this is not going to be a good thing. And now we're seeing why. It's horrible. And he's made it known that he is going to take the show into a fanciful direction. He's doing stuff that that's going to be pissing off the old fans, which has been the playbook all along with all our things, all the stuff that we love. Let's slap the people that kept this property alive in the face, so we can do whatever bullshit. And people want to sit back and, well, it's always a social justice program show. No, it wasn't. It had social awareness, and they did far better. Even in their bad episodes, you had elements of brilliance, which of course was handled by the actors like Tom Baker or even John Pertwee. In some of those episodes, where the episodes themselves necessarily weren't the greatest, but their performances were. But yeah, you had episodes that dealt with the environment. You had episodes that dealt with taxes. You had episodes that dealt with basically racism. I mean, you take a look at the Daleks. I mean, especially when you got into the genesis of Daleks, it was thinly veiled exactly what they were kind of going and hinting at with that. But even going, the whole situation with the Daleks was basically the threat of nuclear war.
Right.
And so that was that end that they were bringing in there. And yeah, you're right. I mean, Tennant really seems to be stuck up. He really does. Well, his favorite doctor is Peter Davison. So what happens? Well, he broke up with his girlfriend. He married the doctor's daughter. And now the doctor is his father-in-law. I mean, he's living the good life. It's like Nicolas Cage marrying Lisa Marie Presley for the short time. It's like, I get, indirectly, I get to boff the king.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's that power trip.
And a fantasy fulfilled type of thing. And I'll be honest with you, I tried in the beginning with the regeneration and all that. I
Sure.
tried really hard to get into Tenet. I never could get into it. I always thought he
Okay.
was missing something. I really do. It's like you know, I thought Matt Smith was better, and I definitely think Capaldi was, out of the whole lot, the best. But he had such stinker episodes, and not only that, the Estrogen Brigade got all pissed off because, oh, it's an old man, we want a young guy. And yeah,
Oh, yeah,
if you go back,
Capaldi. Yeah, I
yeah,
like
if you go
Capaldi.
back,
Mhm.
if you go back to
Mhm.
that time, exactly what you were hearing from the Estrogen Brigade, that, ew, we don't like him because he's old and smelly. It's like, come on. But again, poor writing, poor everything, really affected his tenure, which is a shame.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I would have
that's
loved to have him come out and shine and be basically, the Eccleston, grabbing people going, oh wow, this is great. He is the Doctor, type of thing, and
Yep.
especially for the fact that he was a big fan. But thanks Tim Balls for helping ruin the series. Of course, Jodie Whittaker, and it's not the fact that you're a woman, even though they did a horrible job,
Yes.
trying to
Yes.
integrate her into the series with fans. But when you only have one facial expression, that looks like you're trying to pass a turnip, and constipated, to things, is
Well,
like, yeah, there's more to Doctor
Well,
Who than making those
it's
faces.
it's
we
also
talk
the
about
yeah.
Chibnall and Russell T Davies, but Stephen Moffat, he's probably proud of this stuff too.
Yep.
Well, it's very weird because like with Jodie Whittaker, she, when you're some of the earlier episodes, I'm not going to get all into the politics, but it's like this. Why are we doing this?
Right.
Why are we bringing up this person in an episode of Doctor Who? Why? Oh, I see.
Hmm.
Because you've got some of that derangement syndrome. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's just there's no reason for it. Unfortunately, Doctor Who isn't the only show that's done this, but
No.
it's really very unfortunate because Tennant, with him being him being Uncle Scrooge, and then also being the
Yeah.
villain in Jessica Jones, you're like, wow, this man has a lot of range, but
Right.
he's just obviously willing now. I don't know if things have changed with him or the fact that he's got a transgender kid or whatever, that he doesn't care, or he feels like he's pushing this agenda, and it's fine, and it's quite obvious that it's an agenda because
Yeah.
if you watch any of this newer Doctor Who stuff or even watch Torchwood, like even Jack Harkness, he was it doesn't matter that he's bi. The whole thing is his character is so interesting
Right.
because he's sarcastic. He's willing to sacrifice himself, if I remember.
Hmm.
Just a very interesting character, and so it worked out so well for that to be a I think it was either a spin-off or it was a sequel to Doctor Who. I can't.
Spinoff. It was a
It
spinoff.
Spinoff.
was okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But his character was always so interesting. He's just
Hmm.
they forget that the sexuality, it has to be so much more because that's always what makes a more interesting character. Always does.
Well, yeah.
And they
Well,
just keep forgetting that, or it just doesn't matter to them anymore. And it's like, no,
no.
guys, it doesn't work that way. Or
Hmm.
ladies, or whoever's working on this, it doesn't work that way. You can't take away you making these characters one dimensional. They'll just never be that interesting. It doesn't matter if it's Doctor Who, doesn't matter if it's a Marvel character, doesn't matter if it's a DC character. You can't do that because it's just, especially the other fans who have loved these characters for so many years, they'll notice it right away. What are you guys doing to this character?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, and that's just it. Jack Harkness was a lovable scoundrel. He was truly a
Yes.
scoundrel.
Agreed.
I mean, from the moment he was introduced, it was like he
Yeah.
was some sort of time. What would you say? Opportunist.
Hmm.
A time meddler, you might say. Uh,
Right.
but the thing is all throughout R.T. Davies' run of Doctor Who, you could see they did things that Doctor would never do. Like, let's bring in the president, of the United States. Let's make him a complete total jerk ass, and let's kill him. You never would have had that in the old. You wouldn't have had them doing that with the Prime Minister of England. You wouldn't have gone that far. It's like, okay, I understand you don't like who the president was at that time, but please realize that many of your audience are Americans, and like, what if we did that to your the Prime Minister that you like, are pushed
or what if we had done a show and in the episode we did a derogatory, representation of the Queen,
right? And you just did it because you just did it
because
you have
this being political,
right? Exactly.
There were rules to Doctor Who, and they have blatantly and enjoyingly, flauntingly destroying them. The first thing was no hanky panky in the TARDIS. It doesn't mean that there wasn't any romance,
right?
Yes, you had characters that left because they found somebody and they wanted to start a life there, or they found someone but they had to go. Anyways, it was not this was not their time or place, but you even had in the first Doctor had a little flirtation in the Aztecs, where he was kind of doing a little flirting around with one. But the thing was innocent. But the big rule was no hanky panky in the TARDIS. Keep it innocent. There's nothing wrong with having
nothing's wrong
innocent.
with that, man. I agree.
There is nothing wrong, because that's what the show is about: going out there, kicking ass, and taking names. In other words, he's a crusader. He's there to help. He's a renegade because of that. And for part of the series, he was on the run in this creaky old box. But it wasn't social justice in your face bullshit.
Well, the shows had
awareness.
Right. The shows made you feel, if it's Eccleston, if it's Matt Smith, it's somebody like whatever, how many episodes you watch of the newer Doctor Who, the show makes you feel fear. It makes you feel all these different emotions. And, that's one of the best things I've always liked about Doctor Who. And like, when you see those Daleks, you want to run the other way. Those things are scary.
Exterminate. Exterminate.
Which is a credit to the show before, when making these villains and evil, and they've had of course a few Christmas specials too, if I remember.
Right.
Well, that were interesting as well.
Yeah. Right. The original Doctor Who only had one episode that aired on Christmas. It was during the Dalek Master Plan, and it's kind of not really part of it, but it's still bundled in with it. It was called The Feast of Stephen. And it was more of a jovial. They felt that, we're not going to have this heavy Dalek episode on Christmas Day, so let's have a little fun with this episode. And it's lost. It's one of the lost episodes. And that was the only time in the history of Doctor Who, up until they started doing these Christmas specials, that Doctor Who was aired on a Christmas Day. So, I mean, Doctor Who was always known for being hiding behind the couch. The kids would hide behind the couch because they were scared, but yet they're looking over the couch because they're still fascinated by the story. I think I saw people kind of making fun of the first appearance of Dalek, which all it was a sucker cup going towards Barbara in the city of Scarrow, and you just heard, and she's kind of screaming, and it's like, that was a fantastic entry, because they showed that you saw the terror on her face, and you cut away to the cliffhanger, and that's what modern Doctor Who is missing. They're missing the cliffhangers.
He's willing to also sacrifice himself, and for the greater good, from what I remember. And that's a tribute to Doctor Who. He's willing to lead, make the tough decisions, and so whoever becomes Doctor Who, they have to be that way. You change that, which obviously they did with Jodie and whatever, because Jodie was like, well, what do you guys think? What do you think? You're the Doctor. Make the final
Mhm.
decision.
Right. Well, that was their
Yeah.
mistake of, oh no, we don't have companions no more. They're whatever. No. There's nothing wrong with being a companion on Doctor Who, because what is the companion?
No.
It's
there's nothing
our
wrong with that.
eyes into that
Mhm.
universe.
Right.
It's basically, if people want to sit back and say the self-insertion, that's the companion. Their job is to
Right.
ask the questions and
Yes.
help out. And many
Yes.
companions will help out. They're not dummies. I mean, you can't say
They're not,
Zoe was a
man.
dummy.
Right.
You couldn't
right.
say that Romana was a dummy.
Mhm.
So I mean, the thing is there was a purpose behind it, and it wasn't demeaning. The fact that people started thinking a companion or being called a companion or what was demeaning. Well, again, they were taking the jokes that we had
Right.
about being a companion and start taking it serious
Mhm.
and thinking, oh, this is how it really is. No, it's a joke.
Right. Right.
Without the companion, I mean, Barbara and Ian were so important, especially for that first part of Doctor Who, because this is a new thing. They were actually the stars of the show. If you really take a look at it, the Doctor was the secondary character.
Right.
But as the show
Right.
went along, the Doctor came out and more as a more central figure, especially when he started having companions leaving. First his granddaughter, and then his original Barbara and Ian. And so what happens now? The shift got to he's the star of the show more. The show is more focused on him, but we still keeping the companions as being our eyes, and it's a very important role of Doctor Who. So yeah, they missed that. So the new Doctor Who misses that out. The new Doctor Who misses out the fact you need to have cliffhangers. If you're going to have hour-long episodes, you have to have 2 parters. The equivalent of having a 4-parter of the original Doctor Who.
Right.
People got to be at the edge of the seat. They got to quit doing these season-long story arcs. There's enough of those. It's great. It worked great for the one, but that was a rare thing. You had the Key to Time, which is a story story arc, and then you had the Trial of a Time Lord, which was again the same thing, a season-long story arc. Yeah, you had like 3 story arcs here and there. Little trilogies, you might say. John Nathan Turner was known for that, but again, it wasn't season long. You keep going. You don't keep on focusing on that one element, like Bad Wolf or whatever it is. And my God, and how they bring back our villains, like the Master and such, is horrible. The Master is an intelligent, diabolical man, not a crazy, insane ginboit. Like
He's essentially the Doctor's equal.
Right. He's the mirror to the Doctor. He's the mirror. If you have something, a Time Lord that's pure and going out there for justice, the Master is the opposite. And he's not, going around being a maniac. He's methodical, plotting things. And when they sit back and say, "Oh, people were so mad because we had an Indian Master," excuse me, take a look at Roger Delgado. The man his name is I don't know how long because he is Spanish of ancestry. Yeah, he's English, but you take a look at him, he's Spanish, and we loved him. And people still hold that he was the greatest master of them all. So no, it has nothing to do with race. Don't pull that bullshit on us.
Right.
And let's make the Master a female. Well, you could have done that. Why be that insulting when you already had a Time Lady villain called Durrani? Great, let's be insulting to women. We already had that, but anything a man can do, a woman can do, a man can do better attitude. So let's bring a woman. Let's change him into a woman, even though we could use this other villain.
Right. Yep.
They're pinheads over there. They're idiots. They're so engrossed in their ideology they can't do storytelling, universe building, anything.
They don't want to, man, because it's just, once again, it's the agenda that has to be more important than anything else.
Right.
Nothing else matters to them but that agenda. Like, that's always going to be their main point. So then they miss all these other parts of storytelling and character development. I agree.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, Russell T Davies, he's gay. Yeah. So what? Yippee,
Doesn't
you're gay.
matter.
But
Right.
yeah, he's having to push that agenda. He did that even under Eccleston's. I'm sorry, he was pushing that. He was doing woke crap. Now let's take a look. John Nathan Turner. He was gay, but he didn't have that. And he believed in that purity inside the TARDIS, that, no hanky panky in the TARDIS. I know there's people that said things behind the scenes, he did stuff, but I'm talking about on the scene, how the show was. And yeah, he wasn't the best producer of the show. He had the longest tenure of that time. And he tried. And yeah, he did lose a little bit for a show for, self-promotion. It's like, that, you associate him with Doctor Who. But the thing is, he tried. He really tried himself. And he did bring us some great stories in that era.
Right.
Especially Caves of Androzani, which is hailed as one of the best Doctor Who episodes ever. And that's under his tenure. So, but, here you have him that's gay. And again, what is it? No, that's not what Doctor Who is about. Doctor Who is about, let's go out there, kick ass, take names. Let's get the villains taken care of and get to the next adventure.
Yep. And in this article, it says, speaking to Radio Times about it in 2021, Eccleston said, "My relationship with the BBC over Doctor Who has not healed. Those wounds stem from a broken trust over how his exit was handled with the BBC, announcing it without his sign off in a way that made it sound like he couldn't keep up with the work. I left because my relationship with Russell T Davies, Julie Gardner, Phil Collinson completely broke down during the shooting of the first series," Eccleston said. "I think it's fair to say that the first series, nobody knows what they're doing and the politics are raging. The shooting of the first series was a nightmare. It was a bad working environment, and I don't doubt it." He continued, "I agreed with Russell that I would go quietly and respectfully, and I would look after the show publicity wise in terms of publicizing it. And then, without saying anything to me, they announced that I was leaving. They didn't tell me they were going to do that. I was walking down the street, and suddenly I got quite a lot of aggression. And more importantly, they created a quote and they attributed it to me, which said I was tired." Christopher Eccleston's episodes of Doctor Who are streaming now on Max. Future episodes of Doctor Who, including the upcoming Christmas special, will stream on Disney Plus. And there's another caveat to why we're getting the current Doctor Who, because now Disney has their hands in the Doctor Who cookie jar, or you could say in the TARDIS.
Right. And I love how they were going about that whoever it is, well, how you pronounce the guy's name that's came out of David Tennant's dick to become the bi-generation. He's on Kathy, not Kathy, but what used to be the Regis show, but that one.
Yeah,
Kelly
Ripa. And they're all excited.
Yeah,
and he's making it sound. He's making it sound like this is the first time Doctor Who has ever been on a network, a true network in the United States. No, that's like, excuse me,
Sci-Fi Network
Channel.
tried.
Right. They had it. They had. I remember they had the first two episodes. My ex-wife actually took the night off so we could all watch the new Doctor Who, the two episodes, Rose and the other one where they're at basically where the Earth blows up again, at the end of time type of thing. And, Sci-Fi Channel had it. Don't tell me that, Disney's the first one. That's a lie.
Well, that's because you have people who don't know.
They don't know. They haven't done enough research on it. It's quite obvious.
Or more importantly, they don't care.
Or they don't care. Right. That's
they want
always
to promote
another
them.
option.
They're the most important ones out there. That's what it is.
Right. Well, we see this all the time with Star Wars and this. It's like what they say. It's like, dude, that's not how it works. Like all you're doing is making excuses for this nonsense.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't. The media should know better and say, no, we can't make excuses for this. We don't understand this. Why are they doing this? But no.
Mhm.
Instead, they just have to double down on it. It's crazy to me. It just keeps happening, and it's unfortunately going to keep happening.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think TCAP has something on there about I assume you're talking about the character of Mikey, the one that was dating Rose. And you know what? Basically, he was finned. I mean, the actor himself, I think, is kind of pissed off at Doctor Who too. He's one of those that kind of pissed off on it. But they said it right in one episode. All I am is the dog in the show. It's like, okay, great. You have a person of color, and you're making him out to be a complete, utter, total gimboid.
Mm-hmm.
Basically he was finned before Finn. So I mean, I felt sorry for the character. I really did. I felt sorry for the actor. Oh, Mickey Mouse. Okay, well, because Mickey was the name of Rose's boyfriend.
Oh,
and again, in the first episode of Doctor Who, right? The first episode, you have him talking to Rose, going, "Hey, should we rent a hotel so we can bang?" It's like, that's not Doctor Who. That was one of the first things that started turning me off to what they're doing. It's like,
what the hell, man?
Yeah, exactly. And you think I'm wrong? Go and watch that first episode, Rose. It's there.
Well, and that's, I think, we talked about like certain shows, Game of Thrones. Yes, there's going to be a lot of sexual stuff, but other shows, no, it's not. You're just forcing that in because it's like, this is the way it is. It's like, no, it isn't.
Well, that's just it. It's like every show has its rules and how things go.
Right.
Not everything's the same, but the thing is it's become so cookie color since, and I'm going to be offensive here when I say this, the normie, oh, I watch Big Bang Theory, look at me now. It's so trendy to be a fan. People got involved in it. And now they don't know the difference between Star Trek and Star Wars. Oh, yeah, that Captain Spock flying the Millennium Babylon is just great, it's like, so for them, everything is cookie cutter to them because they don't know any better. They don't care. It's like, look at me, I'm trendy.
I'm hip. I'm cool.
Right. I don't want.
No, I'm one of you guys. No, you're not.
No, trust me. When you get to one of us, it's an honor. But exactly, it's like, no, I don't want science fiction and fantasy to be trendy and popular like that.
No, it doesn't need to be. Yeah.
No, it's like that's when it starts off, and we're seeing that now. I'd rather be the outcasts like we used to be, because God damn it, we had great science fiction. You had authors that were really putting their hearts and souls in the books. You had script writers that were putting their heart and souls in the series. You had producers doing the same thing. Babylon 5, Farscape, even Lex. I mean, look at what those guys were producing out in that last little golden era of science fiction that we had.
When I would come home from work, when Lex was on a Friday, I turned on my TV, and that's the first thing I would watch.
Yeah.
After a long day at work was Lex.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote an article on them because I was frustrated about Lex because of one thing. It wasn't the show. I thought the show was great, especially the movies in the first season. And after you got to that second season where they were the two worlds, and then they went to Earth on that last one, it started getting kind of tired and creaky. But up to that, all Sci-Fi Channel was doing was promoting the show as hot and heavy, sex, more sex. Look at sex. That's all this show's about. And yeah, you had sexual tension in the show, but that's not what it was about. It was a surrealistic science fantasy. Yeah, science fantasy television show. That was a wild trip, man. And I think them doing that heavy-handed, sex, hurt people wanting to watch. I didn't want to watch it. It's like, I don't want to watch. I'm not a prude, but it's like, I don't want to go through that, So I avoided Lex for the longest time until one day I sat down and turned on Sci-Fi Channel. It was this movie. It's like, oh, this looks interesting. What is it? Oh, Tales from a Parallel Universe. is going on. It's like, wait a moment, this is Lex. Holy shit, this is good.
Mm-hmm.
And I went out there and I was proselytizing to as many people as I could, because I was involved with a science fiction organization at that time, not a Star Trek one, but a true science fiction one. And I'm saying, you got to watch this show. Ignore all the promotion that Sci-Fi Channel is doing, because it's bullshit. This show is great.
Yeah, it was one of those shows where you had to watch it for yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I worship his shadow. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That was just that whole concept of that show. It's like, oh, and Stanley Tweedle, the main character in that. I mean, my God, couldn't you have picked a more useless main character in that show? It's like putting Arnold Rimmer in charge in some way. It's like this, he doesn't know what he's doing, but shit, he's got this big ship that can destroy planets. Oh, and the toilets. Oh my God, those toilets are freaky.
Yeah.
No, I mean, if people out there haven't seen it, I think it is available on some services for free. Of course, with commercials. Find Lex and give it a try, and start off with, if they have the movies. If they don't have the movies, at least just start off with with that first season. Don't jump ahead. And I expect you to sit back and tell me this show is fucking weird. But just let yourself go. Enjoy.
And also watch Farscape. That was a good show too.
Oh yeah, I mean, my wife, who is not a science fiction go-getter on there, she gets mad when I call her a normie, but it goes, it's not her cup of tea. Fine, which is fine. Doesn't have to be. She loves Farscape. She loves Farscape. So it's one of those shows that even people who don't like science fiction can enjoy. And to be honest with you, Kai Dago in there, I think he makes a better Klingon than most people who play Klingons.
Yeah, he does.
I look at him going, shit, he should be a Klingon.
He'd be an excellent Klingon.
Oh.
And you know what? We have something that's just been updated.
Uh-oh, what we got?
The weekend box office. So let me get that up on screen.
We're getting that early today, folks. This is my favorite part of the show. It really is.
I try to keep my eye out for it to see when it's posted on a Sunday. Sometimes it's later, sometimes it's early. Just depends.
Mike was hitting that refresh button like mad, folks. That's just for you guys. Appreciate them.
So Wonka was
almost made 40 million.
Wow.
Followed by The Hunger Games at 5.8 million.
Still making money. Interesting.
The Boy and the Heron made 5.2 million.
Yeah, that's become a big success here.
Yeah.
Closely followed by Godzilla -1.
Still doing good.
And Trolls Band Together round up the top 5 for this weekend. Let's go ahead and look at the worldwide totals real quick.
Of course, that was Phil's movie, so I mean, I guess Phil couldn't get a draw in.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's also Charlemagne. The guy can't act. It's just Wonka. We need another Wonka movie. We don't, but.
So again, 39 million here, but worldwide, 112 million. So 151 million. I'm gonna look up the budget for Wonka.
Yeah,
just out of curiosity.
I'm sure it's probably. I'm sure they're going to make their money back. It seems. So.
Yeah, well, the international, but that's kind of interesting thing. It seems like it's more popular, even though it did good here. I mean, those aren't huge, fantastic numbers for if it's a big budget film, but it's the looks like it's the international market that.
According to the information I found, the budget for Wonka was 125 million.
Okay, so with the international and the domestic, they're They can't rely on the American market, and they shouldn't be sitting back saying, "Oh, this film did bad because look at our American gross." It's like, no. Everything. Don't bullshit us, okay?
Yeah. And then taking a look at the Hunger Games for its worldwide gross,
Yeah, it's
289 million. It's almost made 300 million. That's nothing to sneeze at.
no.
No.
No,
And you
it's
like the cash, though.
yeah,
And
it was a pretty good
did
movie.
you say what did you say the budget was for this movie, Cash?
It was like 100 million or something, or less. Let me see. I think it was around there.
All right. While Cash is looking that up, we'll take a
Mhm.
look at the worldwide total for The Boy and the Heron.
No,
And
109.
109 worldwide. Nothing
And
to
honestly, I
sneeze at.
don't know.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know what the budget was for that film. But Studio Ghibli, of course, I guess this is the best showing that Studio Ghibli have, and the anime of itself had here on the American market. And of course, it's his last film. It sounds like we were talking yesterday. You were listening in on that.
Mhm.
He came back because his kid was just. He felt his kid was just fucking things up with
Yeah,
Studio Ghibli, so he had to do this one last one to show this is how it's done.
yeah, it was 100 million. So yeah, has made a profit. Hunger Games. Well, it's like I said, it's pretty good. And Snow's story is like you can just erase Ziegler from the movie and just
Mhm.
focus on his story, and you're like, it's quite interesting.
And really, honestly, for a Hollywood film, 100 million, that's kind of a lower end budgeting. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Mhm. Well,
for
so far, I
something that
haven't found
big.
anything about the budget for The Boy and the Heron, but
Mhm.
either way, it shows that you need to have the right people
Yes.
making the product.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, and what about our favorite kaiju? How's he doing?
How is the King of the Monsters doing?
Yeah,
Well,
how's Crit doing?
it's made 64 million worldwide, 34 million here in the States.
Yeah, and I think the budget was what, 10 million? I think about that. Yeah.
Yeah, he
10,
was
12
saying,
million.
yeah, the guy was saying that whatever you were being told, it was actually less than that. So I mean, wow,
It's impressive. Yeah.
yeah, and it's increased theaters. I don't know if that's helped out or not. But yeah.
Probably. And
So,
let's see.
I mean, it's nice to see that our favorite.
No,
kaiju
15 million. Anonymous said, okay. It still made a good profit already, though.
Yeah.
We'll see if it internationally gets up to 100 million. It could. We'll see.
And here's Phil's movie. That's how Phil's movie's doing out there.
I guess that's good for the Trolls movie. I
never got
know.
into these films.
No, I didn't even realize they had that many troll films. To be honest.
Well, it's Phil.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he's always Bob. It's like that day when he had them all come and raid us, so he could make himself look more popular than he is. It's like great advertising scheme there, Phil. Actually, I got a vintage troll somewhere. I mean, I'm talking about back in the day. I think my mom
I
got
remember
it,
that.
and-
I remember. They were popular, especially in the late 80s, early 90s, and
well, they were really I'm talking about this is from the 70s. They were popular in the 70s when they first came out. So I got the one I got is either, I don't know if it's the late 60s or early 70s or what, but it's an older one. And yeah, trolls were kind of popular, and then they had a resurgence, and now it looks like they're trying to get another resurgence. So at least it's better than the fucking pet rocks. I mean, honestly.
oh come on, the guy made a lot of money selling the pet rock.
Yeah, now Hasbro and Disney is selling pet rocks but calling it Geode.
I haven't heard much about Geode lately.
No.
So
well, they got sufficiently mocked. They got so sufficiently mocked.
Well, yeah, it's just
like.
So the other movies rounding out the top 10. Well, Wish only made 3.2 million, and it's only made 54 million for its total gross.
Ouch.
Ooh.
And I mean, I don't know if I don't know. Is the film any good or not? Is this something that
I mean, 54 million just here in the States. I mean, even this worldwide total.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Disney. Fell much this year. You have.
Yeah. And the thing is, again, I don't know anything about the film, so I'm not going to trash the film. But with the track record that Disney's with Pixar's had the last few times with, of course, Lightyear, which was Phil's not Phil's, but Cash's #1 pick that year.
Yes, for me to actually bang my head on something. Yes.
Yeah, and then what was it? The other film they had last year, which was again, let's go out there with a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, I think people are very reluctant to see a Pixar
Stranger
film.
Worlds or whatever it was. Is that the one?
Yeah, I can't remember. But and the thing is they don't have China and all the other ones in ways to make it look like the box office is actually doing better than it is because they know they're being watched now. They've been found out, which questions what were the actual true profits of the other films that they're saying were successes. So,
well, everything so far has either been a bomb for them recently or a disappointment. So,
yeah, and just squeaking by.
Yep. And Napoleon, that movie had a $200 million budget, and it looks like it's going to be a box office flop. Yes, it's got 188 million worldwide, but you think about advertising.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know how much they had for advertising. I didn't see too much advertising myself. I saw some stuff, but then again, I don't watch regular TV, so I mean, so really that much either. So, and the TV that I do watch, they're too busy trying to sell you those walk-in showers. Which, God, I want one of those. It's like walk-in showers, or for hymns and stuff like that. It's like, okay, yeah, the old people stuff. Okay, I understand. You know exactly what you're aiming at. But I didn't see much advertisement for the polling. Do you think that's going to hurt? Do you think that's going to hurt Ridley at all?
No, I really don't think it's going to hurt him. I think people are still going to ask him to direct their films, produce their films. And honestly, I don't believe it's going to hurt Joaquin Phoenix either.
Oh, no. He's had a...
well, look who it is. Yeah,
Paul,
look who it is.
Paul, don't feed the troll, Paul. Don't feed the troll.
Seriously.
No, but the thing is, I think Ridley might have overthought that the fascination of Napoleon. I mean, I don't think people are as fascinated with Napoleon as they were even 20 years ago. I mean, Napoleonic warfare was so popular. That's where, in a sense, if you really want to sit back and say it, that's where Dungeons and Dragons got its birth, was all Napoleonic warfare, because they took that and then they started putting fantasy elements into it, and then they started doing the individual. Okay, instead of having what's this guy's story, and then it evolved into what they called chainmail for that eventually became D&D, and but you had more fascination. They said that people who were locked in the loony bins. I can say that because I'm crazy, folks. They said that people that were delusional and thought there was somebody else, for the longest of time, people thought they were Napoleon. Then I think it was followed by Jesus.
And then I was just going to say real quick that we see that Renaissance has made 38 million worldwide. But you know who's made bukus of bucks, and I don't see her appeal. I would take Beyonce over Taylor Swift any day.
Wow. Can I say none of the above? Can I please say none of the above?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, she's got a cult. It's a cult. This is almost as bad as the Hannah Montana Miley Cyrus stuff they had, where virtually had mothers prostituting themselves to get tickets.
Oh, the concert, yeah. I don't. Yeah.
I'm not familiar with Poor Things, and I
don't
only
know.
say that
Yeah,
because
I
I never
wanna.
saw any
I wanna.
advertisements for
I
it.
wanna. They've shown
I
some in the. There's been
this is
trailers before the movie. I want to see
oh
that film actually. Yeah,
well, this is the first time I've heard of it. I'm not bad mouthing or anything. This is the first time I've heard of it. Boy, it's
looks
only 2
interesting.
million.
Yeah, I think it's only in select theaters right now.
Okay, is it more of an art house type film type of thing?
It's kind of it's like a Frankenstein thing. It looks interesting though.
Okay.
Hmm
Hmm.
And then The Shift, I only heard about it because I was checking my movie theater listings to see if there are any movies I'd want to see that were coming up. But yeah, Hollywood in general hasn't been doing too well at the box office this year. Yes, there's been some hits here and there, like Barbie, Super Mario Brothers, Oppenheimer.
Yes.
But it's not like previous summers, even 7 years ago, where they were making bukus of bucks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, and it was the little films that were making the money. I mean, like Megan and such. So, I mean, again, you're getting a profit margin off of that. You're getting a good profit margin off of that, and you didn't have to invest that much. Start waking up. We don't need these massively inflated films.
No. Five Nights at Freddy's was a big hit, I would say.
Oh yeah, it was.
Yeah,
I heard that was it. Yeah, I mean,
Sound of Freedom.
That was a big hit too. Yes.
They don't want to admit it, but yeah, it was because shines the light on the cockroaches in Hollywood.
Right.
Yeah, it does. Those cockroaches are still running around there, folks. So watch your kids, especially if you go to Disneyland. People think I'm kidding, but really, it's like they got to go back to the old formula where you had a lot of films that were modestly budgeted, right? And then you had the occasional big budget film, like the Arnie films or whatever. You weren't relying on the Arnie films to be the end all be all, but it was like the icing on the cake. So so you had a few of the big budget blockbusters, and people were saying what the budget was. Well, the reason why they were being reported on that because it was a shock. It's like, oh my god, you're doing a film for $100 million. That's so much, while you had other films that had 14, 15, maybe if they got really wild, 50 million. Oh, I can't wait for this. Let's move on, folks, because this kind of leads into that. This really does lead into that.
Yeah, that's why I thought we would look at the box office numbers first, and then we would get into this.
Damn, you're doing good with these transitions. See, Cash, that's how you do it.
Yeah,
right. I pay attention.
You're hilarious.
It may not seem like it sometimes, but
if we don't do it. Look, if we don't do it like Mike with the transitions, then we'll just throw ourselves off a cliff. It'll be fun.
Mike is a good Padawan. I taught him well. This is everything I taught him. I'm taking full credit for this.
Full credit.
Full credit. Full credit. That's what I'm doing. It's not China. It's me.
Transitions are a good thing, man. Structure is a good thing.
It is. Well, I try to have structure on Pop Talk here. It may not seem like it sometimes, but I try to have structure.
Yeah. You try, and Cash and I ruin it.
So that's right. Well, the funny thing about this is I couldn't believe that IMDb put this movie as one of their top 10 films of the year. I was like, really, guys? Okay.
What?
Yeah, they did. They did.
What the hell are they smoking? I want some.
Hey,
when I had my anxiety,
they did pick Oppenheimer as their number one, though.
Well, man. I mean, I guess if I hung out with the lime green VW hippie brigade in Beverly Hills 414, man, I guess I could make The Flash number one. But from what I've seen, which hasn't been too much, there's no way I'm gonna watch that movie, man.
Yeah, like, hey,
I
man,
mean, I
bring back
guess
some of that shit, man.
I
need some of
understand
that.
that this is functional, and of course, it's not the Marvels that they picked, thank God. But
Oh God.
still, this movie is just that's such a low bar.
Well, well, they couldn't. They knew they couldn't do the Marvels without getting severely mocked, but they're kind of hoping because of, I'm sure, because of Michael Keaton as Batman. But again, I want to know what they're smoking. I want some of that for when I have my severe anxiety attacks. I can use, because I'm sure that's going to lay me out and make me all nice and mellow. You know, I'd be like Cash swimming in his money bin. He's like, "Oh, this is so relaxing, man."
This article
Yeah,
was
then he
posted.
got up and I cracked my ass.
This article was posted on the 15th of this month. It's by Owen Gleiberman and Peter DeBerge. And it starts off like this.
Yay.
We tend to think that the best movies of the year express something about the spirit of their time, but what about the worst movies? Often they're thought of as merely inept. Yeah, there's been a lot of them this year. Yet the truth is that bad movies, in their very badness, have their own way of channeling, excuse me, channeling what's going on around them. Really? Our list of this year's worst films includes a superhero movie that crystallizes why superhero mania may be on the outs, a horror film that points to the sacrilegious future of our how low can you go culture. Not not one but two thrillers that incarnate the new grating aesthetic of the streaming world, and a Wes Anderson movie that asks, has 25 years of twee become too much? Bad movies, by definition, aren't fun, but we hope that you have fun reading why Variety's chief film critics felt compelled to skewer them.
So far this is a pretty well written article. I'm surprised. This is Variety,
Yeah.
right? Wow.
Yes.
Well,
It's Variety. We've panned them a few times.
more than a few times. I have to sit back and say, I have to give them some props. This sounds like they're doing pretty good so far with this. But
Yeah,
let's
so
get into
far.
the nitty gritty. Yeah, let's get into
Ghosted. I think I remember seeing the poster for it when I went to the movies, but I
Mm-hmm.
didn't have any interest in it.
Uh-huh.
Every era has its most degraded and grating movie genre. In the 80s, it was the formula slasher film. In the aughts, it was a CGI mascot and a live action universe kiddie comedy. The worst genre now going, enabled by the age of streaming, is the overstuffed romantic espionage action comedy built on far too big a budget. It's like a fast food fusion experiment gone wrong. And Ghosted, starring Anna de Armas as a CIA cutthroat and Chris Evans as the nice guy farmer who stalks her to London, is an exhausting piece of fake fun on steroid overkill. Dexter
Okay, first of
Fletcher.
all, how can you be a nice guy and stalk?
There we go. See, it didn't last long, did it, Baron? It didn't last long before one of us found something in the article from Variety where it's like, all right, open fire.
Well, I mean, I have to sit back and say, so far, actually, the art, except for that part, this is pretty good. I'm amused by the wordsmithing this person's doing. It's not word salad, but still, how can you have a good natured or whatever farmer stalking? I mean, honestly, back to you, Mike.
Well, I want to say hello to Pop Culture Mechanic. Hello, Pop. Good to see you, brother.
Good day, eh? How's things up in the Great White North there? Go out and get a twofer, eh? I'm done.
And Anonymous says, saw this great movie on Twix. I think it was called Probing 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Yeah, a lot of people look like they're on fentanyl having seizures. I saw that one.
It's a very invasive story. I've heard of it, and I don't want to admit that I have seen some of what you're talking about, but I have.
I showed him
It was it was
yesterday.
it was,
Yeah.
it was one of those things. If I have to look at it, you do too.
Well, the thing is Mike didn't believe me. He thought, "Oh, that's Photoshop." Okay, you just challenged me.
Well, at first glance,
Mhm.
it did look Photoshop to me.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, it did. But the challenge was made, and I was going to prove. Um, hey, look at my face. Come on, you can trust this face.
Yeah, yes. Everybody, put a 1 in the chat if you can trust this face.
Look at this face. Look
Would
at
this face ever lie to you?
it would never lie. Never lie. I
That's the
mean,
face of an angel right there.
honestly, man, I wouldn't. Nah, man, I wouldn't
Wait,
lie. I mean, I
wait a minute. Go back to that previous one. You're giving T Gap Steve an idea for the next Beverly Hills
well,
414.
I'm sure I am. I'm sure I am, man. Like
Your
I'm
your long
King
lost
Sleepy.
brother,
Yeah,
who's the
it's
leader
not
of the
all lost.
hippie brigade.
Yeah, man, like that's totally what it is. And then whoa, I got knocked into the Simpsons, man. So I predicted it all. I predicted it all because I'm in the Simpsons. Bum 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 ba-dum, bum bum ba-da-da-da-dum. The
Don't.
Baron. No. Then I can be cashed.
Baron, you're getting such a cross check. Hey Baron, how you feeling down there on the ice? Laying there all stiff and all. How you feeling?
Yeah. I want some children's chewable morphine, please.
You're gonna need something stronger than that.
Yeah, I know. I need someone to go to the liquor store for me. Booze.
Now, number 2, I did see the trailer for this movie, and this movie did look stupid. It looked dumb.
What is the purpose
Asteroid
of this
City.
movie? What I thought too is like nothing is like okay, you're doing all this quirkiness. Why should I see it now?
Not even Scarlett Johansson could get me to go see it.
Wow. Wow.
That says something when I'm watching the trailer, and not even Scarlett Johansson can get me to go see it.
Wow. I'm shocked.
Says, let's leave aside the word twee, shall we? It no longer does justice to the airlessness of Wes Anderson's look. My movie is a 4-tier diorama of artifice, whatever. You know, there are certain words I just can't say.
Yeah.
You'll be fine, man.
Where is it? The justice to the airlessness. Oh, okay. So Tweety no longer does justice to the airlessness of Wes Anderson. Look at my movie 4-tier diorama of artifice.
That's what I said.
Yep. I think you did it right. I think you said it right. I'm just confirming. You did good, man. You can do it, man. Give yourself a gold star. Give yourself a golden noodle. Good noodle, whatever.
Indie Kishish aesthetic and a fantastic piece of fake desert cactus and mushroom cloud design that is almost claustrophobic dud of a movie. I mean, sorry, it looked bad. This all to me, it looked like it was filmed on a green screen.
Looks like they're trying to get the Napoleon Dynamite aesthetic to it.
Anyways, claustrophobic dud of a movie. Anderson triples down on his 5-stick yet oppressive way of engineering a story, even as his most ardent fans triple down on their devotion to the idea that he's somehow expressing an arch humanity. This one we kept hearing is actually an aria of grief. Though the only grief I felt was that of being trapped in a stylized panorama so insistent it's become a form of OCD.
God, I love this writing. So
Yeah.
basically, even they didn't know what the hell this film was about.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is good. I mean, lay it out. It's like, yeah, we don't know what it's about. And we're hip to these things, man.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like they're saying, "What the hell did I just watch?"
Yeah. Just like many of the people who tune into Pop Talk say, too. What the hell did I watch?
Or a gaming stream. Let's not forget those either. What the hell did I
Oh,
just watch?
God.
This guy died 2,000 times in this game.
I was like, look at those three out there battling rats and chaos and myth forcing and broing. It's like, boy, those guys suck.
See, and that's the thing, folks. You got to do this. Got to be able to make fun of yourself.
Mm-hmm. I'm getting talked to afterwards, so I'm not supposed to say that Mike sucks. So.
What? Even I've said it during a game stream. Man, I suck during this level.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I suck, guys.
Maximum suckage.
Maximum suckage engaged.
One of the great lines from Earthworm Jim. Maximum suckage.
She's gone from suck to blow.
Suck.
Spaceballs.
Yeah, that movie.
This is Baron to the long suffering. Your place or mine?
Ooh, hi.
When Harry met Sally, met Netflix. Oh crap! And Eileen Brosh McKenna's abysmal romantic comedy. Ashton Kutcher and Reese Witherspoon play platonic best friends. He's a New York business shark. She's an LA single mom who trade apartments for a week. He becomes a surrogate daddy to her introverted 13-year-old, and she learns all his secrets, like the fact that he has written a novel. After reading it, she puts her hand on her heart and stage whispers, "Wow." It's like several bad movies rolled into one with a romantic climax set in the airport. That's like an episode of couples therapy and a discussion that seems to think that, excuse me, Edith Wharton's The House of Mirth is a rom com. And Your Place or Mine, the whole world is a rom com. We just cringe through it. Okay.
Wow. I never heard that film. And of course, Ashton Kutcher, he sucks. He sucks.
He's
really.
It depends what like Punked, fine. Other stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about now. His star has fallen. I mean, in 2.5 Men, he was able to stumble through that. But I mean,
that was fine for him in that role.
But I mean, when it comes around to it, he's not doing good. He's not a draw. Obviously, I mean, I didn't hear about this film. I don't know about it. All I know is he's banging Miley Kunis or whatever.
Yeah, Miley Kunis. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Mila Kunis, excuse me, Mila Kunis.
Yeah. So it's basically bringing that 70s show to life over there. I hope Kurtwood Smith comes by and threatens to put his foot up their asses now and then. Call him dumbasses.
Bam!
Masterson's gonna have to break out of prison and slap some bitches, I guess.
Bitches leave.
Oh man.
Magic Mike's Last Dance. What? I don't know how to dance, and even when I do, it's ugly.
Yeah, it is.
Magic Mike Lane started off as a Tampa stripper struggling for cash and just as desperate to nail down his own role in the world. He was like John Travolta's Tony Manero in Chaps, but in Magic Mike XXL, he went on a road trip that devolved into a hodgepodge of low rent hijinks, and in Magic Mike's Last Dance, the final and most toothless entry of Steven Soderbergh's male burlesque trilogy, he's become a total softie, using his stripper moves to romance a lonely mogul's wife, Selma Hayek. Well, I'd like to romance her too.
Oh, okay, that's worth watching right there. Okay,
Just for Selma Hayek alone.
right. That's the only reason to see this film right there. That nothing more. So
Then assembling an all-male review to save an old London theater.
huh?
It's okay. It's let's put on a show movie that feels like Chippendales by way of Disney. If Channing Tatum under Mike's lunkish exterior looks a little confused, maybe that's because nothing can make Mike's magic wilt like turning him into a saint. Well,
It's called Viagra.
you know what would make me wilt? Selma Hayek.
The
Oh.
funny thing is that the trailer in itself basically told pretty much the whole movie. Then when
Well, first of all, okay, I'm going to show my.
they've made what 4 of these Magic Mike films. I
Well,
have
don't
no
know.
desire.
I haven't.
One. They said a trilogy.
His trilogy.
this is a
Yeah, I just
trilogy.
have no
This is the last
desire to
one in the
watch
trilogy.
this stuff. I
Well,
just don't.
I'm going to show my ignorance.
Selma
I didn't
Hayek
even know there
might
was a
be.
second one.
Yeah, I know, right?
Going soft. Yeah, how can you go soft with Selma Hayek? I mean, oh my God, that pressed against me. Don't tell the long suffering, by the way, please. Nobody tell the long suffering I said that, okay?
A secret safe there. No one's ever
I don't
gonna
want to.
tell
I
her
don't want
about
to
it.
be your secret is safe with us, man. If you saw
Okay.
the new Magic Mike film, we won't judge you much.
I never saw it, but I'm just talking about.
No,
I'm talking
about I'm talking about Padawannabe.
Oh, Padawannabe. Oh,
Yeah.
Padawannabe.
If you secretly saw Magic Mike, man, we'll try not to judge you.
Well,
To
I
your
mean, if he's
face.
watching it for Selma Hayek, it's like
Yeah, that might
I
be.
can understand that. I can understand
That may
that.
not be a bad reason.
Yeah,
Well,
if you
may
went there
not
because
be a
of the
bad
story,
reason, Cash. It isn't a bad reason. Just
Right.
just go
it's
to
just
all
the
of her
movie.
scenes.
Right, just go to.
Yeah, that's why you got to watch this
That's-
at home on video. It's like,
That's
I saw a nipple. I'm sorry.
that was like that Seth Rogen film when they were dang it, I can't think of the name now. With I can't think of the film. It was it was in the early 2000s where Seth Rogen was having a baby with Katherine Heigl.
Okay.
Knocked up.
Knocked up.
Knocked
Thank
up.
you.
There
Yes.
you go.
Where they said, we see nipple, because they said, hey, wait, this is like Mr. Skin. He's done this already. That movie was so.
Well, except for one thing. Revenge of the Nerds had one up better than that.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
You
No,
know,
I agree with that.
we got yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right.
We got a former president. We've got a former president. There, I cleaned it up.
Number 5, Heart of Stone. Oh, Cash, is this your movie?
I don't know this film actually.
I've never heard of this one.
No. That's what goes around comes around. So here we are again in the land of made-for-streaming thriller wrench success, where hyperbolic overkill isn't just the byproduct; it's the whole point. In this case, it feels like Netflix commander Ted Sarandos saying to his audience, "See, you never need to go. Sorry, you never need to go out to a movie theater? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Mhm.
If
They
there's
got
a
better
good
popcorn.
movie, if there's a good movie, I need to go to a movie theater.
I think it. Yeah, I mean, if
Yeah.
it's worth it, go see it. There's still some films that are coming out that are worth it.
Yeah,
Like Mike saw Godzilla, and there's some other stuff. The Boy and the Heroine looks really good. I mean,
Heroin.
there's definitely heroin.
I'm chasing the dragon, man.
Heron.
Chasing the dragon.
Heroin, but I like heroin better. But heron, yeah. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I want to be tempted in the theater like I was in the '80s, where
Right.
boom, boom, boom,
90s, early 2000s.
all the
I
time.
mean, there was even in the summer, there was like at least 10 movies or so that were coming out. You're like, oh my gosh, I want to see this.
Oh, yeah.
At least 5 of these. Yeah.
Gremlins, Indiana
Yes.
Jones, The Temple of Doom, For Your Eyes Only, Octopussy, 2010, Year We Make Contact. I mean, just off the top of the head of some of the, it's like you're in the theater, you're having a grand Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, some of those movies will be celebrating their 40th anniversary next year.
Airplane.
Yeah.
I saw Airplane in the theater.
Nice.
I was like,
man.
great, man. Oh yeah.
I'm sure.
My grandfather loved that movie. He was a rather stoic kind of guy, but he loved that one, especially with the engine that's running a little hot and his little thing going a little hot. He thought that was absolutely hysterical.
Yeah, The Boy and the Heroine. Yeah, okay. And heroin though does sound funny. Yeah. Yeah.
Chasing the tail of the dragon, man. Chasing the tail.
It says Gal Gadot plays a rogue MI6 counter agent out to save the world in a joyless, sludgy-looking diversion that is convoluted as it strives to be, in no small part because it's built on MacGuffins no one can pretend to care about. But here's a question with actual suspense. Will these movies ever go away, or will they just keep coming at us in a never-ending stream?
Oh, they'll come to an end. But, again, just like Selma Hayek, Gal Gadot, that's okay. I mean, just make sure I see everything. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, Selma Hayek, Gal Gadot.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm a happy guy. Very happy guy.
Yeah. And I never heard of that film, by the way. Never heard of that film.
Are you interested in seeing that movie though, Baron, the Boy and the Heron?
You know what? That one, both Godzilla and the Boy and the Heron, I would be interested in seeing. Because they're intriguing. I mean, it's just hearing so many good things about the sequel to Oppenheimer, and of course, the Studio Ghibli, for crying out loud. That's of course, people got to understand the style of Studio Ghibli to watch it. Or
their animation, they're missing out. Their animation is beautiful, beautiful animation, dude.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, just the love that's put into there, and it's like this might be the last really good one from them, unfortunately, because the kid obviously is a schmuck. Oh God.
It's not that Daredevil movie actually isn't bad overall. It's a lot better than what we've got.
Yeah. I'm sure even Green Lantern is better than what we've got lately.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yep. And now we have Peter DeBurge's 5 worst films: Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey.
Again, someone taking a joke.
Oh bother, Rabbit! You didn't give me any honey. Reet.
Now it's blood.
Okay, what he says about Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. This schlocky slasher movie takes audiences back to the 100-acre woods, where neglected playthings Pooh and Piglet defile a cabin full of dead meat young women. Hey, come on, dude! What are you doing that for?
But you got me there. Please tell me that they're half naked running through the woods. Oh,
Are we
like
supposed
the
to
old
see
films used to be.
Are we supposed to see the killers as AA Malign's imaginary friends gone rogue, or bad actors in off-brand rubber mask? Probably both. Either
Yeah.
way, this gimmicky cash grab unleashed a horrifying precedent, exploiting a legal loophole whereby popular creations fall into the public domain 95 years after they were first copyrighted.
Mm-hmm.
Director Reese Frank Waterfield showed what irreverent bottom feeders eventually have in store for beloved brands, with protections for Mickey Mouse, Bugs Bunny, Superman, and more set to expire in 2024. Expect more raunchy abuses of favorite characters to come.
But are they talking about Taki Wakiti or whatever his name is, about Flocky? Never mind. But they're right. They do have that in there. After a certain amount of time, those characters do go into the public domain. Doesn't matter what the copyrights are on. That's why pretty soon here, the last book of Sherlock Holmes, which is still under the trust's uh, care, the casebook of
Mhm.
Sherlock Holmes, also considered one of the lesser quality story books they had, books that he had, will come to public domain just like the original ones. So
Mhm.
the one thing they can't do is they can't make Winnie the Pooh look like the Disney, because that's a different copyright.
Yeah.
So if they try to do they can do the original style, but they can't do the Disney.
Yep. And let's see. We got number 2, Carmen. Says Prosper Mérimy's classic romance lends itself to reinterpretation, having inspired everyone from George, Georges Bizet to Jean-Luc Godard, Dorothy Dandridge to Beyonce over the years. That makes it a promising allegory for acclaimed choreographer Benjamin Millepied to make his own. Instead, he delivers a tragically underimagined feature directing debut, the worst first film since Ryan Gosling's Lost River. Never sure where to put the camera, Millipede stages a clumsy dance movie without nearly enough dance and even less in the way of chemistry. A dopey soldier suffering from PTSD, Paul Mescal, falls for feisty refugee Melissa Beria
Ooh, feisty.
as Carmen gets twisted into an artless and obvious political statement about the injustice of U.S. Mexico border enforcement. Doom has seldom felt more dismal.
Here we go again.
Hmm.
Thank you, Baron Orman. That's what you sounded like to me. We said, "There we go
Here we
again."
go again.
Baron said it
Hear that?
first. It's just I don't know. It's
Hear that at Marvin the Android? It's like
yeah, true.
raising the tides of the planet.
Uh, the Flash.
Oh, how could
What?
this be?
No one's coming to see my movie? What? Oh, the Marvels is going to do even worse?
Who do I got to strangle to see my film?
Ezra. It says younger than the other members of the DC stable, the Flash can be a fun character, running circles around his fellow Justice Leaguers in terms of laughs and attitude. As the center of his own movie, however, the character proves mostly just exhausting, especially when you throw in the OCD device of dashing back in time to change the past. Problematic off screen shenanigans aside, Ezra Miller's got charisma to burn. Are we sure about that?
no. No.
Yeah.
Charisma to burn.
What? Yeah, in other words, he
What?
burned his charisma.
Where's Eeyore again? I don't think so.
I don't think so. Here we go again.
This is no, but that is
what charisma?
Dude,
Every
guy-
time I see him on screen, I
can't-
find him annoying.
you can't. You already know what this guy has done in real life. Look. It doesn't matter what Variety says. It doesn't matter what anybody says. This man should be fired. He should be gone.
Yeah.
Done. They should have got the Grant Gustin, from the CW. That's who should have been the Flash. End of story. After what Ezra Miller did, it's whatever. And yet people still defend him. Oh, no. This is not a good person. He should be fired. And this is why DC is never going to start fixing themselves because of these things. Yeah.
And putting James Gunn in charge was just as bad.
Mhm.
I
mean, that guy comes in with baggage, man. He comes in with baggage.
Oh, he does.
Lots of baggage.
And he also comes in with stupid ideas. So
goes on to say, though it doesn't help that director Andy Muschietti torches whatever goodwill the junior hero earned with the Gonzo following babies. What? No, that was a stupid sequence. That was real dumb. I saw clips of that, and I'm thinking, this is so stupid. This is idiotic. Opening scene on a tiresome infinite loop plot and terrible visual effects. Well, yeah, it seems like most of DC's superhero films have terrible special effects.
And the piss poor explanation. Oh, we meant to do that. It was supposed to be like an allegory and blah blah. So no, you suck.
Allegory, yeah. I'll give you an allegory.
Yeah, it's like it was supposed to look that way, so for artistic reasons, and whatever. And Cash is swimming his money bin again. Look over there as they run away.
Trapping the immature character in a space-time bubble so that Disney can get in on the already still multiverse craze. Granted, Marvel's and Ant-Man 3 didn't fare much better, but in a rough year for superhero movies, The Flash gets a pan. I can already tell you this was a movie about Bob Ross, and it doesn't look like it was a happy little movie with happy little trees or happy little clouds.
Boo.
No. I don't know. Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. The previews, and it's like, I don't know if I want to see it. I mean, I love Bob Ross. I watch him on Pluto. Yeah, we need that man back again. Lord, why do you take him away so soon?
Like a how-to class in what paint by number indie comedies should studiously avoid, this thin sketch of a movie can't even milk a laugh from its easy target subject, a Bob Ross-like public television personality named Carl Nargle, played by Owen Wilson, looking smug in permed wig and wide-collared Western shirts. Clueless Carl's used to watching his female colleagues swoon as he paints his happy little clouds, but isn't prepared for Are You Ready for It? A woman to host a rival show. The movie's one joke comes from questioning how this guy ever became popular. My advice, seek out either 2021 Netflix doc Bob Ross, Happy Accidents, Betrayal and Greed, or upcoming Thomas Kincaid Portrait, Art for Everybody for a brush with the dark side of art hackery.
Yeah, that documentary on Bob Ross is really, really good. It really is. And you know what? They made a big yeah, I mean, and we go through it all. It's like you learn that Bob Ross got really screwed over by people he trusted. And he did have an affair with the one person. Admitted, but other than that, it was like none of the other stuff. Bob Ross was never this smug, whatever. You know, the thing is, you got so many people. He is so popular now especially with the younger set. You got to be careful. They're not going to like that crap.
Mm-hmm.
And I hear these youngins talking about it. It's like, it was nice to know that something resonates with them from our era, and that Bob Ross is one of them, because he can bring that blood pressure down. I tell you, you just start listening to him. He's like, you don't have to even be a painter or be. You just can sit there and he's like a living quaalude, and that's being complimentary, because he's just so relaxing.
Yeah, and that's what you want.
Right. Over here we have a happy little tree, and next to this happy little water, and this is the happy little grave that we put the body in. No, I mean, we joke about stuff like that, but the thing is, it's a joke. Don't turn it into a movie.
You know, Baron, on this panel we have a happy little Baron tree. We have a happy little Mike Cloud, and then we have the angry little Cash Cloud over here.
Well, you can't forget the angry little troll. And over here's the angry little troll who's underneath this happy little bridge. And he goes,
Angry cat. Yeah.
Where's my cash money?
Oh boy. Oh no. Well, that angry cloud should stay small. It doesn't want to get too upset.
Because he might piss on you.
Oh.
Because when the angry little Cash Cloud gets angry, everything's flooded.
Yeah, golden shower.
Yikes. No.
I wasn't going in that direction,
Wow,
Baron.
Baron, where are you going with this, man?
Hey, well, because we're going into this next movie here, which surprised me. I didn't even know they did this.
I didn't know they did it either. Caligula, the ultimate cut.
Caligula.
Caligula.
I did that on purpose. I'm trying to add some levity
Oh,
here.
well,
After
I know how you butcher names. I'm sorry.
You gave me the response. You gave me the response I was looking for. I know it's Caligula. I know it's Caligula, but I'm trying to add some levity after Baron's little piss joke.
What's Mike thinking right now is what happened in Happy Gilmore. Jackass. You jackass.
Jackass. Well, at least Cash is amused.
Yes, that was funny.
And anyways, Caligula, the ultimate cut. In the late 70s, Penthouse honcho Bob Guccione bankrolled what was supposed to be a respectable adult movie, hiring a serious cast and crew, including Malcolm McDowell and Helen Mirren. Yeah, Helen Mirren. Seen her how she looked in the 70s? Ooh, yeah.
Oh, and in the 80s? Oh, yeah. And Sir John Gielgud was in there?
Mm-hmm. Peter O'Toole. To make an extravagant Roman epic that wouldn't shy away from explicit sex and violence. The cast took the assignment seriously, but Guccione betrayed them. He ditched the script, fired director Tinto Brass, and padded the serious footage with hardcore porn. Nearly everyone involved disowned the X-rated result, which found a cult following nonetheless. Now the self-anointed leader of said cult, Thomas Nagovin, has reconstructed what the project could have been, minus most of the various jumping, referring back to Gore Vidal's original script to create an alternative but hardly definitive cut comprised of slightly less outrageous spare takes. Caligula was never going to be a great movie, but this version is somehow worse since all the smut wasn't gratuitous. It was the movie's raisin. Okay, I'm not even going to try pronouncing that. Like a force right here.
Yeah, forget it.
Yeah.
Forget it.
Like a force gorged Roman guard with a sword to a scrotum. this tedious new cut somehow manages to be both bloated and neutered and interminable. Who, yeah, well, yeah, yeah.
You know, yeah, I've seen Caligula the original. I think I even seen the R rated because they did chop it down to take out all that a lot of that gratuitous stuff in there. And yeah, it was a schlock show about Guccione. Well, I don't think much of Gordon Vidal, anyways, but you know, at least he wrote the script, and that's not what Bob Guccione wanted. He wanted to have a respectable porn flick, and which of course he was successful doing. But it was bad. It was bad. It's like don't even bother. The history is horrible. If you want to watch something good, watch I Claudius.
Yeah, I Claudius is a great movie.
Series, yeah. But I'm surprised. I never heard about this. I thought that we would at least heard something about that because we have our ear to all of it. But they're doing because I know we would have had fun with it earlier. I would have.
We would have, but from the articles I looked up at and the sites I always go to, and some of the sites that you guys go to and show the articles, I wasn't seeing anything about Caligula.
Yeah, I mean, oh, it's just horrible history too. Oh God.
Yeah.
But I mean, they did have right that that they had a lot of debauchery at that time. It was a Roman norm. Actually, the Romans were pretty prude. But it's just like that's why Caligula was a bit, which is actually Emperor Gaius. And that's the one thing I love about this film, right? Caligula is a nickname. It means little boots, right? And no one used that name except for very close family, especially when he was older. But in this film, they're calling him Caligula, and then they turn around and that endearing, oh, little boots. It's like it's that same fucking thing. Don't you even know what his real name was? Oh,
they don't.
No, they're idiots. But I hope Phil McCracken is proud of his fellow Italian doing that film. Great Italian filmmaking, right there.
Well, speaking of smut, that's pretty much what Twitch has become.
Oh, I'm glad I'm not on Twitch. I think I put a low one on there just to watch somebody play their game, but other than that, I never really looked at it.
Yeah, well, they're idiots for this again.
The hell you? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
I know you're sorry. I'm so very
I'm
sorry.
sorry. I was not on the ball on that one. I really was.
What the hell you say?
We haven't really used today.
This is never what any streaming platform should be focused on. It's just this is just ridiculous.
Well, tell that to Amaranth and all those other twats that are on there.
Yep.
Bring it over to OnlyFans. That's what OnlyFans
exactly.
is for.
Exactly.
I thought Amaranth had, what was it? Didn't she prolapse a colon because she was farting in the jar too much or something? I can't remember.
I don't know. I don't pay attention to that stuff.
Well, when you hear prolapse colon, someone say that, you can't go, ew.
So we have this article by Spencer Macaulay, which was posted yesterday on Bounding in the Comics. And it says, Twitch immediately reverses course on loosened sexual content policy. Depictions of real or fictional nudity once again are banned. You hear that, Cash?
I know, right?
Yeah, put that dick pic away.
This stuff is just dumb. I mean, this should never be featured, and it just gets worse with the hot tub streams. And then they're like, "Oh well, we're the women. We can do this." And then so the men aren't allowed now. This is our market. Blah blah blah. You hear this crap, and it's Twitch's fault, and they're owned by Amazon, and they're like, "Oh well, this will make us more money," but Twitch was better before. It's such a mess. It's such garbage.
And Phil, we know that, but we were reading an article from Variety talking about the worst movies of 2023, and this ultimate cut of Caligula was one of them.
Yeah, Phil, I know that era of Roman history. I just don't have time to go into it. Just like last night going into Viking history. Yeah, I've read a lot about it. Germanicus should have been emperor.
Oh gosh, Anonymous. Oh, and Anonymous, congratulations on being gifted a Pacific Forum 4 membership yesterday.
Do, 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 do.
That's what I was going to say. We should celebrate.
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
Glory to you and your house.
There we go. Good celebration there for him.
Yes.
Just for you, Animos.
And Twitch is run by Simps. Well, it's run by Amazon, who seems to have no problem with Simps being simpy.
Well, yeah, of course not.
So, Spencer, what do you have to say in this article?
Come on, Spencer, wow us. Now that Prince, come on, wow us.
It says, following a reported outpouring of community concern against the controversial change to their primarily teenage male-occupied platform, Twitch has announced that they will be doing a full 180 regarding its recent relaxing of its sexual content policies. It says first unveiled December 13th in an ostensible attempt to protect the predatory practices of sexually explicit female streamers who constitute one of their biggest revenue streams, said modifications to Twitch's policies declared that some types of content were prohibited will now be allowed on Twitch if appropriately labeled. Aha. Under this new policy, Twitch now allowed for content that deliberately highlighted breasts, buttocks, or pelvic region. The first change specifically made because the site believed the former sexually suggestive content policy was out of line with industry standards and resulted in female presenting streamers being disproportionately penalized. Body writing on female presenting breast or buttocks, regardless of gender, fictionalized, drawn, animated, or sculpted, fully exposed female presenting breast or genitals or buttocks, regardless of gender, the erotic dances that involve disrobing or disrobing gestures, such as strip teases, to be streamed on the site as long as it was labeled with a sexual content tag. Meanwhile, so-called popular dances such as twerking, grinding, and pole dancing no longer required any explicit tagging whatsoever.
Should always have that twerking. Oh, God.
However, those expletive allowances were ultimately not long for the world, as just 2 days after they were announced, the site's administration undertook a full reversal of their above loosening of their rules. Our primary goal in making these updates was to make our guidelines easier to understand and enforce, explained Twitch CEO Dan Clancy in a November 15th blog post explaining the site's internal thought process. Oh, give me a break. I don't buy what he's saying for a minute.
What thought process?
They were thinking about, okay, how can we quickly make even more money? Well, let's relax the rules.
Yeah.
Let's take on OnlyFans.
How much, there's kids watching Twitch, but it's fine. Let's just feature this some more and see how much money we can get out of these people. It's disgusting.
Well,
we can make all this money by putting all this smut. It's like, no, this stuff is not fine. It's just it's crazy. Like Twitch is pretty much a gaming. Twitch should be for gaming, other chatting, other things. It should not be featured on any of these social media platforms. I think Kick has this too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Though,
mean-
yeah, I don't. It's ridiculous.
Twix is bad enough with some of the stuff you
Yeah.
see down there.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. Gotta.
Honestly,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're going along and all of a sudden, whoa, where did that snake come from? And it's like, or
No,
other
it's
things.
just
It's like, and all you're doing is you're looking up a keyword for something, and all of a sudden that shows up. It's like, how is that part of the that hashtag? I mean,
I mean,
come on.
we'll just call it what it is, just like the White House. Yeah, I said it. YouTube. It's a virus, and it just keeps
Yeah.
spreading. And
Mhm.
they deserve the backlash for these
Yeah.
things because once again, there are kids on here. There are also kids who make their own channels, and stuff should never be featured ever.
Oh yeah, and okay, we're gonna put an advisory on it. Yeah, that's gonna stop the kids from going there. It's called the mag.
Exactly.
If you're gonna do that, then you're gonna have to have age verification and everything. Are you gonna do that?
Mhm.
Are
They're
you-
not going to do that.
No, no. It's like going to those sites saying, "Are you over 18?" Yeah, I am. You know.
Right.
It goes on to say part of this update included changes to how we treat fictionalized nudity. For years, through users' voice and in conversations, we heard from artists that our content policies were limiting. In making this update, we were trying to be responsive to these requests and allow the thriving artist community on Twitch to utilize the human form in their art. Uh-huh.
Uh,
Again, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I call you know what? You know what? You know what I call
Yes.
Baron?
mm-hmm.
You know what I call, and I'm gonna turn this up
Yeah,
so everybody can hear it. I'm gonna turn it up loud, folks. It's at 100%. So
I call bullshit. I call bullshit. I call bullshit. I call bullshit. I call bullshit.
thank you,
Ooh,
George. Thank you.
that was like an alarm.
Yeah, it was.
Well, you know what? Why not play that several times?
Well,
Because
yes,
I do
deservedly
call
so.
bullshit on this. I do call bullshit on this.
Well, the thing is there's a reason why there are limits. This site has these limits, but you got these other sites. You can go Devon Art. You can go to again. You can go to Twix. I mean, my God, what I've seen on there without intending to, mind you. It, I mean, there's other places. Why do you have to go in and pollute? And more importantly, are you that untalented? They can't do this art and and make it. I hesitate to say provocative, but like the old pinups, If you can't do something like the old pinups, where she's not naked, but like she's sitting there and she's got a pillow in front and she's got happy look on her face or a come hither look on the face, like you always saw in those in the 40s and the 50s and such. If you're not able to convey that, then you're a fucking hack. You're a fucking hack. You only rely on the fact that I got to show boobies and cooters. Cooters and hooters, man. That's the way to go, man. That's the only way to be.
Yep. And yet, right. And the same, I want to hear the same outrage from the people who were upset about booth babes and other stuff where there is that's so like minor compared to this nonsense.
Right. Right. And I mean, again, being dressed, but there's there's a difference between erotic and smutty and slutty.
Yes.
Erotic is titillizing. That's what the pinups are for. They're titillating. It's like, ooh, that's really nice, and you can appreciate. You can truly appreciate the form. If you think you got to have the person fully naked, exposing all. I mean, when I say all, I mean all. To get your point across, then you have no imagination. You just go out and do a Jackson Pollock. Just drink a bunch of paint and piss on a canvas and call it art.
Well, here's another thing too with Twitch, especially. Some of these people that go on there, they're thinking, how can I gain followers and gain them quickly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then you're stuck in trap.
Yeah, exactly, Anonymous. I mean, the deviant society. I mean, they want to see how far they can push this.
Right.
It's just crazy.
They have their arena, but they go out there and whine and cry that they don't have an arena.
Right.
And they say, and you point out, oh, you got to read. Oh, but it's so limiting because not many people get to see. Well, the people who are interested in what you're doing
Mm-hmm.
will
Well,
get to see it.
it's just like these women. It's like, are you look? You know, you can make a lot of money off men because of these OnlyFans, okay? But do you really
Yeah.
think that's the only thing you can do in your life?
Yeah.
I think it's a fair question. Is that the only thing you think you can do in your life? Is basically sell yourself?
Probably because they probably don't have any skills that'll get them further in life.
You know,
Well,
I'm not going to hate on people. If you want to do that,
no.
you can do that. But
Oh yeah, there's a lot of women that made a great living in a career being prostitute. I'm being serious here. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm not being shocking here.
Right.
I mean, you had a lot of women out there that made tons of bucks going out there and renting their body out for men to use, or in some cases, women. Right. Honestly,
Yeah.
and that's where when you start, but the moment you started having this movement that sex work is real work, right? Now this is part of the symptom of that.
Right.
And it's like, sex work, yeah, it might be work, but it's not real work. You're still a trollop.
The fact, right. And the funny thing is, and people have shown this even on YouTube before, it's like, oh, hey, look what's on the featured. Oh, here's a woman in a hot tub. Oh, wait, there's just a hot tub and no woman. I don't know where she went. And it's just so funny. And you're just, and you know that these kids are using their mom's credit cards or whatever to, it's just crazy. It's like, Twitch, are you really proud of this stuff? You know, you can make money other ways, with League of Legends and other stuff. You'll be fine. But no, you guys want all this sexual crap where there's kids on there. It's like there has to be a line, and you just want to keep pushing it.
Well,
it's just
crazy.
crazy.
It's the ever creeping on. We're pushing this stuff in the schools, and then we're saying that you want a banned book because we have a book in there that graphically shows a man performing fellatio on another man and expressing, oh, it's just love type thing. I mean, graphically, and this is for kids that are like 10 years old.
Yes.
10 fucking years old.
I know. It's like they're not even ready for biology class yet in high school. I mean, wait.
But you're banning books. Oh, how dare you ban a book? No, we're banning porn.
That's right. That's what it is.
You can still have it available. You can still buy it. You can still go somewhere and get it. It's not being banned, but we don't want it in that arena.
That's right. Exactly. It's really that
fuck
simple.
You. Anyone who starts saying that there's books being banned, fuck you. You're a liar. You're a dope. You're all the above. You're the devil.
Yes.
You're an idiot. You're a moron. Yes. There are no books being banned. There are no book burnings happening. All they're saying is leave the shit out of the school. We do not need to see kids watching men giving other men fellatio in a book.
Nope.
Yes. It's ridiculous.
Oh, for those that don't understand what fellatio is, okay, I'm going to go over the line. Blowjob. Sucking cock. There. If you don't understand what fellatio is, that's what it is. And for that matter, I don't want to see it the other way too. I don't want to see two women going down each other, or a man and a woman going down graphically together in a book in there. This is not an attack on homosexuality. This is an attack on people being absolute fucking perverts and cockroaches.
Mm-hmm.
These are the same ones that think child trafficking is good. They're more than willing to look the other way as your kid is kidnapped and being used. You think I'm being extremist with saying that? Remember,
I don't think you are, Baron. You're telling the truth.
Epstein's girlfriend worked for fucking Disney in the youth area for hiring young talent. That's enough to tell you right there. And let's not forget within the last few years how many Disney people got arrested and dragged off for CP and other things involving it. Not just CP, but performing it.
Yep. They can't stop doing this. And it's just, somebody's gonna have to. We're gonna have to put a stop to this. And thank goodness Twitch was smart. Well, they're not really that smart anymore, but
Yeah,
let's not give them much credit.
I can't praise them in this. I can't give them any credit in this because they still had a policy in place, even if it was only for a couple days, which allowed this bullshit.
Yep, and this is another situation where it takes backlash for them to be like, oh, well, I guess we can't do this because then we're really going to lose customers and people and streamers on here. And it's like, you guys just keep pushing these things. You're just going to push more people over to Rumble and stuff. Because guess what? On the Rumble page, you don't see this crap.
Nope. Not at all.
You don't see this featured. No.
I mean, honestly, how are we going to praise you because you got your hands caught in the cookie jar?
Mm-hmm.
You got your hand caught in the cookie jar. Oh, we're going to praise you because you decided, oh, maybe this is a bad thing that I put my hand in the cookie jar.
Right. Yeah. It's crazy. It's just crazy stuff. They can't. The sexual stuff needs to stop. I mean, this is the White House. Everything. It's just, this stuff is like, you people cannot sit here and be like, this is normal. It's not normal.
They can't. They can't, especially on a platform that's original intention was for gamers to stream.
That's right, gamers. And it was cool that it expanded where people were doing cooking shows, showing people building stuff. Like, that's all cool. That's but not this smut on there. That just, it needs to go. Or it doesn't need to be featured. Like, it's just, it's so crazy.
But that's all they do feature.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when I go to log in to my Twitch account, when I'm getting ready to do a stream on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, and Kick, what do I see? I don't see other games on there.
Right.
I see mostly trash.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
smut.
What do you feel? What about on Rumble? Do you feel that there's smut on Rumble, or do you like?
You don't see it. They don't highlight it.
Exactly.
No.
So
if it's there, I haven't seen it yet, and I'm not going to take time out of my day to go looking for it.
Right, exactly. And when you see Kick, yes, there are stuff, but they are not pushing all this sexual content either. Kick is not pushing this stuff. These other platforms are not. Even YouTube is not going to push this crap. But Twitch, for whatever reason, they want to push this shit.
Well,
it makes us money. You can make money other ways. Why do you have to degrade your platform, Amazon?
Because they know
you
they
own
can get the kids. They can turn around and start desensitizing the kids, start thinking that this is absolutely proper. So when that guy comes by and says, "Hey, come on, I got candy," instead of that, strangers have the best candy now, instead of stranger danger. And then they turn around and have the nerve to call people like us alt-right fanatics and goose steppers. No,
well, look at
an
Netflix. They won't still get rid of cuties, and sure, you can just ignore this stuff, but it's still there. I understand, like, Phil's point about it. It's like, I can't use Netflix, as he'll say, because cuties is on there. I get that.
Well, even Big Mouth, Big Mouth. Take a look at Big Mouth. The highly praised animated show they have on there, and basically, again, that's going into the category of CP. But it's so great! It's such a wonderful show, and they're promoting it. But you don't know anything about it unless you watch it or have someone tell you, "Holy shit, this sucks! This thing is fucked." But yeah, we're the alt-right goose steppers who want to destroy everything and blah blah blah.
Right, of course.
This is not an alt-right thing. This is not.
It isn't. It's not. It's not right. It's not left. It's sick. It's demented.
It is, man. It's demented. It's just the same thing. It's like Hollywood. A movie. If I was on the committee of, say, the Golden Globes or even the Oscars, I would say yes. Things like Sound of Freedom should be nominated just because it is telling people a message that's important, and everybody should know about this, because this is not good at all. This is scary. Especially when kids are involved.
Was this a good film? Did this film make an impact? But it wasn't going to get it
Exactly.
because it's the cockroaches. The
Right.
Academy is full of cockroaches, and they don't
Right.
like it. You're exposing the
Yep.
flashlight on these cockroaches, and
Right.
you can expose this. You can expose this flashlight all the way to the top of this country in a certain house on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Yep.
And yes, they have cockroaches there. And anybody
Yeah.
who doesn't know,
Yeah,
when I say cockroaches, figure it out.
Mm.
I don't want to use the other word.
Padawannabe, I wouldn't even bother looking for that smut.
Exactly.
It's not necessary. Why waste
No.
your time?
I'm a person that enjoys looking at the female form. Right?
Of course.
Same here.
this is
Same
gotta
here.
get-
Mhm.
Right. And this is not and this is not an attack on women when we're seeing it, because there's men out there that do this stuff too.
Right.
So it's like all across the board. I mean, I don't need to see a wiener. Floppy wieners, floppy ween, but the thing is, I enjoy the female form, and taking a look at a lovely looking lady. I'm sure, just like the women like looking at a handsome man, or if you're homosexual, you like looking at a man, or you like looking at a woman if they're on, if you're playing for the same team, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we enjoy beauty, and yeah, there is such thing as artistic nudes. There is. There really honestly is. That's not bullshit. You take a look at Michelangelo's David, or Venus, or many of these other works, or even the creation of man, right?
Yes.
You have these figures that are nude because they're celebrating the human body. They're not gratuitous. They're not. The purpose isn't to be sexual about it, but the admiration of the body. There's nothing wrong with admiring the body or even seeing the body naked. Honestly, there is nothing wrong with that.
No.
But I mean, to sit back and have someone spreading the legs, to have the hairy, beaver shots and stuff like that, that's not art.
No, it's not. And Anonymous is 100% right here.
Yep.
It's not right wing. It's not left wing. It's just not right.
Right.
No, it's horrible, man, that they just keep pushing this crap. But this is what happens with the administration, and whatever administration is that wants to push this crap. And so with the government not caring, with other people just ignoring it, including a lot of the media, this is the kind of stuff that this is the kind of story that should not just be on conservative news or whatever it is. This should be on all news. This should be on national news. This should be on everything, to say, no, this is wrong. But they seem to, if it doesn't fit their narrative, then they don't care. But I would hope,
it's not ignoring cash. It's complacency. How many people in our media are cockroaches? Because I've heard of several reporters for even high class rags out there being dragged out because they have CP on there. And they upload it, or they're performing it and involved in it. Of course, they hush that up awfully fast because it's a black eye on these respectable journalists and purveyors of information.
I would hope everybody with a story like this should be national news all over the place, because this is just the news people, all of them. There will be some, but the majority of them should say, no, we cannot stand for this, and this is wrong.
Well, the thing is that they can't do it. They can't report this as other go after, like in the old days when you had papers going after papers because they fucked up. They can't do that because they know that flashlight can be shined on their cockroaches too, and retaliation. So of course they got to be complacent. They know. We have found out more and more how filthy, slimy, disgusting, inhuman. Hollywood, the mainstream media,
even the stuff that's been going on in the White House lately. If people are saying that's fine, they're insane. It's not fine. This is disgusting. It's degrading. It makes our country look bad as well.
It's immoral.
Yes, it is. You want to do this stuff in your privacy of your bedroom and stuff, go crazy, but keep it out of your workplace, keep it out of Twitch, keep it out of all this stuff, keep it out of children's books, just keep it out of elementary schools. It's disgusting. It's just This is a war that we have to win because
Yeah.
the children are always the future. Like they legitimately are, and it's just
They are. But read this line of bullshit right here that I'm about to read.
Oh, bullshit. Okay.
okay.
Noting how much of the new content created under the updated policy had been met with community concern, Clancy then admitted these are concerns we share. Bullshit. Upon
No.
reflection, we have decided that we went too far with this change.
You only cared because there was a backlash. If there was no backlash, you wouldn't give a shit. Just admit it. Please, I would rather you just, instead of your bullshit lawyer talk, please just come out and say, if there wasn't for the backlash, then we wouldn't have done anything. People would at least say, well, at least you know you're still a piece of shit, but at least you can admit it.
Okay, you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to do something here. I'm going to do, the FBI agents that listen to us, and I'm sure there are some because they want to make sure to see if, that we're these horrible alt-right terroristic types. If any of you FBI guys are watching and listening, go find this guy from Twitch and seize his computer. See what's on there. What he's sitting back saying, the fact he's been putting kids into danger, getting into the pornographic stuff, I think that's close enough to have suspicion. And go get that search warrant and seize his computers and see what he's got on there. I think we're going to get right down to the brass tacks of it all. Yeah, I mean hardcore about this because we all know, and we've said, and we've been mocked and jeered about what is going on there, and that we're conspiracy theorists. We're nothing better than Alex Jones, right?
Right.
No, it's not. Everything that we sat back and said is coming true.
Yes, it is.
We love our children. We want to make sure our children have childhood. Your intent is to destroy childhood.
Yep. It's the same thing where people want to take things that have been fun for so many years that people enjoy because they want people to be as miserable as them. It's just insane.
Well, and again, let's take a step back. Why do we fight about this? Why is this important? We had a certain person that you were familiar with that was saying that, Mike. Why? Well, this is why. Because it is tied into this.
Yes.
Yep.
We see that the perversion, the destruction, the unnecessary addition to this bullshit into our myths and legends that we have, which are basically, in many ways, wholesome stories of heroes battling evil and triumphing over evil, but yet stumbling along the way. We have now seen it perverted and degraded into identity politics, pornography, sex is more important, and now getting into the category of maps. And if you don't know what maps is, please go look for it yourself. I'm not going to say the word, but it involves CP. I mean, this is why we fight, folks. Honestly, let's just take off. Let's take off all the fun that we have, and when we go out there and make fun of all these people, and let's get down to the brass tacks. That's
why when I saw and also heard about this, I said we've got to talk about this.
Yeah,
I don't care if it is on the Sunday show. We've got to talk about it.
Right. Honestly, I was expecting to come into it and just have fun and make fun and mock. But, the thing is it doesn't take much to figure out the insidiousness of this. A platform that's there for everyone, and pretty much there's a lot of kids on it. Because
you could even say the sheer fucking hubris.
Yeah. Are you showing your inhuman deviancy much there, Twitch? FBI agents that listening to us, making sure that we're behaving, seize their computer. We're not your enemy, unless this is something that your corrupted agency is all for. Oh, there's nothing to look at on this laptop. It's not important. Yeah, right. We know exactly what a corrupt agency you are to.
This article goes on to say, to this end, the Twitch executive revealed, effective today, we are rolling back the artistic nudity changes moving forward. Depictions of real or fictional nudity won't be allowed on Twitch. Yeah, right. I don't believe that. Regardless of the medium. Offering two further clarifications regarding the reversal, Clancy affirmed both this restriction does not apply to mature rated games, and we aren't making other changes to the updated sexual content policy. It will take a few days for both this blog and the new community guidelines to be translated, concluded Clancy. While I wish we would have predicted this outcome, you knew what the outcome was going to be.
Yeah.
Don't be naive and play innocent, thinking that you didn't know what the outcome would be. You knew what the outcome would be. You were just hoping that not too many people would notice.
Right. But the thing is they're still under the assumption that we're still blinded because because they figure all we have to do is just start calling them a bunch of names and they're just going to go away. Well, the thing is, you've done that so often and people are seeing exactly what you're doing, it don't work no more. Exactly. Oh, you're going to call me that? I consider that a badge of honor. Okay, I guess I am that. Fine. Let's go all out then if that's what you really think.
Yep. It says part of our job is to make adjustments that serve the community. Again, I call bullshit. I apologize for the confusion that this update has caused. It didn't cause any confusion. You got the attention you wanted, the attention that you think your platform needs. Why don't you focus on being a platform for gamers instead of promoting all this bullshit and crap? Right. And give those who game a chance to grow. No, you'd rather pay attention to the sluts and the hoes on Twitch instead of focusing on what the platform was originally designed for. Video games.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many cool things that you can do on Twitch, but even where they change the settings, they change this, they take away the fact that you have to save your videos a certain way. It just everything had to change. Like their system before 7 years ago was fine, and you just upgrade it a little bit. But no, that now it has the smut and the nonsense. I mean, it was cool. It's like, oh, what are people on Twitch doing? Oh, they're doing just chatting. Okay, that's cool. Oh, somebody decided in their kitchen they're showing you how to make recipes. Okay, awesome. You know, they're cooking and they're talking, and okay, that's cool. Like there's so many different things you can do on Twitch or a social media platform in general. But no, let's decide a few years ago that let's push all these sluts and hoes and all the smut where kids can watch this platform. What the fuck are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, hey kids, this is how you make a Molotov cocktail. Welcome to our cooking class. But no, I mean, but the thing is we're still not out of there because you got shit like Beargate 3 on there, and hey kids, let's have a continuous loop of.
It's all optional though, man. It's optional, so you know.
Yeah, but you know, people are playing the game on Twitch without the option and all the other stuff going. Oh, this is great. This is great. I mean, the fact that there was no true outrage about that. And all you could show was all these blue-haired.
There was outrage, but it wasn't as big as I thought
it should have been, right? Well, that's because they try to hide it as much as possible because it's because they got to promote something. You know, all these people who are cheering at that convention or that whatever that the moment they get home, they grab a jar of peanut butter and say, "Come on, Fido, let's have some fun."
Not again, dude, with Fido. Poor Fido, man.
All excited because I saw the Beargate 3 bear sex.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm being ridiculous and mocking this way because that's exactly how I view you fuckers.
Nothing wrong with that, Baron.
And look, it's once again, it's just like if you bought that game, that's fine, you know, and there's people that are going to skip that and it's just an option and people may think it's funny. But yes, you're right. If kids get a hold of that, yeah.
I mean, I honestly wish, I mean, and this is no offense to our friends that do have it and do want to play the game hard.
Yeah. We have friends who know this game.
But I really honestly wish they wouldn't have. Yeah. I know it's option. I know that's the excuse. I understand that. I really honestly do. And I'm not insulting my friends because I love you all.
Right,
I really
right.
do love you all. I'm not holding anything against you. Not at all.
Yeah.
I'm not mocking you. I'm not demeaning you. But I really wish you wouldn't have. I really wish you wouldn't have, because we need to draw a line.
We need to make a stand.
We do. I'm making a stand.
I'm also
honestly, I would love to have had the game. I would have loved to play the good D&D out there.
There's a lot of cool stuff in that game. It's that I've seen. Even one of Mike's friends playing it. We both watched it that day, I think, Mike. Yeah. It was
Chaos was playing it.
Chaos was playing it. Yep. And I've seen Crit playing. I've seen some other people even before I knew about this Bear Gate stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I have the other Baldur's Gate games. I would like to get this, and I understand people are going to say it's freedom of choice, but certain choices, it's just
but that freedom of choice that they have in there is illegal. It is promoting illegal. Bestiality is illegal. I mean, there's some states that don't have it illegal, but across the board, it's illegal.
Right.
I mean, yeah, I know it's a guy that turns himself into a bear, but still,
right.
It's the promotion of it. It's illegal.
Yep.
It's sick. It's disgusting.
Yep. And
that's why I bring up the lady in the peanut butter, because I'm trying to equate. That's the same fucking thing.
Yeah. Yep. That part right there, even though it's optional, it holds me back from ever wanting to buy that game. And it's interesting too, because they have the mod that takes out all the romances. That's not the big problem for me. It's the optional bestiality nonsense. That's the big problem for me. And people could tell me, oh, it's not bad, you're just being this way, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. It's like, no, that's not what I want in a game based on D&D, even though it's optional. But it's optional, fine. But there's not even a mod that just takes out that one part. Well, and if there was, then it might be worth it, maybe. But then again, maybe not.
Yeah. And the thing is, Catch, you unwittingly segued into the other story, because we're talking about D&D. I think this has exactly.
This is why Hasbro's having their issues making money. This, again, comes from Bounding in the Comics and is by Spencer Macaulay. It was posted on Friday the 15th. And I
have to sit back and say that. He's doing pretty good.
Yeah. It says, Dungeons & Dragons and Power Rangers owner Hasbro announces 1,110 further job cuts. Shutters one office as toy sales struggles, likely to persist into 2024.
Sorry. I'm slow on the take. I am.
What the hell you say?
I'm still trying to kind of feel me, so my apologies.
No worries, Baron. No worries. Having apparently, we've got to. That's how we can make it on live stream. We got to be able to laugh at ourselves.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times do I flub something when I'm reading it? I got to be able to laugh about that. Make a joke.
I lost count, man. I really have.
Having apparently chosen to ignore the very loud warnings from Wall Street that such a development was on the horizon should they keep on their current path, well, they're not the only company doing it. Ignoring warning signs. Yep. Of corporate greed, Magic the Gathering developer Hasbro has announced that roughly a year after having undertaken similar cost-cutting measures, continuing struggles in their toy division has led them to reduce their workforce by 1,100 members. This decision by the toy conglomerate, whose other notable brands include Dungeons and Dragons, Power Rangers, and G.I. Joe, also Transformers, was first made public on the afternoon of December 11th via an official filing with the United States Security and Exchange Commission. On December 11th, 2023, following a further review of the company's cost structure and organizational design. The company announced additional strategic steps to position the business for future growth, including a revised organizational structure whereby certain corporate functions are anticipated to be supported by a third party outsourcing provider, as well as an additional headcount reductions under the Operational Excellence Program. And I had seen a video by Clownfish TV where they had mentioned that Hasbro might possibly be outsourcing to McFarlane Toys.
Mm-hmm.
So it says the company informed the regulatory body the additional actions are expected to deliver gross annual run rate cost savings of approximately 100 million. That's not a bad cover for G.I. Joe.
No,
To be
it's not.
honest.
I wonder who did that. I wonder who did that art down there.
Let's see. Torres on Andy Kubert and Brad Anderson's variant cover
Okay.
to G.I. Joe, a Real American Hero. Says further details pertaining to what the move actually entailed was later provided to employees via an internal memo penned by current Hasbro CEO Chris Cox. A year ago, we laid out our strategy to focus on building fewer, bigger, better brands and began the process of transforming, no pun intended, probably, Hasbro in, transforming Hasbro, he opened. Since then, we've had some important wins like retooling our supply chain, improving our inventory position, lowering cost, and reinvesting over 200 million back into the business while growing share across many of our categories. But the market headwinds we anticipated have proven to be stronger and more persistent than planned. He then detailed of the reasoning behind the company's decision. While we're confident in the future of Hasbro, the current environment, excuse me, demands that we do more, even if these choices are some of the hardest we have to make. To this end, the memo then revealed today we are announcing additional headcount reductions as part of our previously communicated strategic excuse me, transformation affects affecting approximately 1,100 colleagues globally, in addition to roughly 800 reductions already taken. I mean, almost 2,000 people have lost their jobs because of this.
Well, it's more just that. You know it.
I know. I'm just going by those figures alone.
I gotta sit back and say, Mike, are you trying to kill me? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Because I'm still pumped up from the last one. I'm vibrating harder than my babysitter's vibrator. I tell you.
I'm not doing this intentionally. It's just like one story leads into another, leads into another, leads into another.
I'm getting texts from the long suffering saying you're making the dogs bark. I'm glad I have them not in the room and the door closed. Because they're gonna start barking again. I'll just warn everybody of that in advance. Thank you kindly. Back to you, Mike.
Our leadership team came to this difficult decision after much deliberation, said Cooks. We recognize this is heavy news that affects the livelihoods of our friends and colleagues. Our focus is communicating with each of you transparently and supporting you through this period of change. I want to start by addressing why we are doing this now and what's next. Because you
Yeah,
guys screwed up. You guys screwed
yeah,
up royally.
yeah.
We e- we entered 2023 expecting a year of change, including significant updates to our leadership team, structure, and scope of operations, he continued. We anticipated this first three quarters to be challenging, particularly in toys, where the market is coming off historic pandemic driven highs. While we have made some important progress across our organization, the headwinds we saw through the first 9 months of the year have continued into holiday and are likely to persist into 2024. To position Hasbro for growth, we must first make sure our foundation is solid and profitable, admitted Cox. To do that, we need to modernize our organization and get even leaner. While we see workforce reductions as a last resort, given the state of our business, it's a lever we must pull to keep Hasbro healthy. Well, why don't you keep things like D&D true to what they are instead of changing them to fit a very small percentage of people who won't even buy the damn thing?
Mm-hmm. Or even then, that small amount of people aren't going to help your profit margin because you've effectively told the other people to fuck off. Congratulations, Hasbro. Congratulations, Hasbro. I mean, through Wizards of the Coast, I mean, you've gone out there and bastardized Tolkien's work by race swapping. And you know what? Sit back and calling you on it is not racist. What you're doing is racist. You're sitting back saying that what he was doing, his vision, is horse crap, and we got to change it because it's too certain way. That's racist, you motherfuckers. No, let's go into it. Let's go in and bastardize D&D now. You don't even, you're bastardizing your alignments in there. It's like, oh no, we're gonna have good villains now. They're not whatever. And where we're at it, we're gonna get rid of races. That's just no. We can't do that no more. No, half orcs and half. Oh no, that's horrible. That's racist too. What? You're taking away what the core of it is, and then you go out there and slap in the face us old time gamers, the ones that kept the fucking product alive through all the leanest years that you had, when no one knew that TSR was even going to survive because it was being run into the ground by its staff at that time. We were still there trying to keep that alive, going out there, rolling the dice. When 3.0 came out, we were there to garner it up. And so, hey, this D20 system is pretty damn good. And we were eating it up. Even your failed experiment of the 4th edition, you still kept people. Granted, a lot of people started going to Pathfinder that kept your old system and updated that one up a little bit. But still, and even when you started in with this system, the 5th edition, at least you weren't going absolute apeshit with your political correct land whale bullshit. Of political of identity politics. Listen, that's what homebrewing is about. If someone wants to prance around Greyhawk as a demi-queer Zats, fine. That's your homebrew.
Right.
You don't need to put it. This is a guidebook. This is to open up your imagination. But these motherfuckers don't even have imagination. By the way, anybody wants to clip this, go right ahead. You're more than happy to clip this. I give you permission. But to go on, the thing is, it shows that you motherfuckers don't have any imagination at all, and you want you to twist everything to it. And you guys at Hasbro, you know what? There's people that are getting fired over the Hasbro. I'm not crying for. I've seen some of the people you have there. I hope they're the ones getting fired. I hope they're the ones that are being shown the door because they're the ones that are destroying this. And the quality of your toys. No wonder why you got to go to McFarlane, which some people have a problem with, by the way. Some people don't think McFarlane's that good also.
Right.
But obviously, they have a better quality than the shit that you've been putting out. And of course, let's put out the shit that nobody wants. Hey, we got the new Ray figure. Yeah. Hello, Ollie's. We have a shipment for you. We're not even going to put it into our store. We're going straight to Ollie's with this, okay?
Yep.
It's ridiculous. I mean, Magic the Gathering itself, when it was just Wizards of the Coast, way before Hasbro bought it, was just an incredible game. Great game. Play for hours and hours and hours. Great cards, great game, great setup. And to see what they've done to it, what Hasbro has done to Wizards of the Coast, is just, man, that sucks.
It's horrible.
It really does.
It's horrible. What they did with the Magic, what they did the D&D, everything that they put their hands on.
Yeah.
it is the stinky finger of death.
Yep.
I mean, those guys walked into the bathroom after having Taco Bell, White Castle's, onion chips, and Old Milwaukee, destroyed the bathroom, wiped with their hands, and walked out without washing their hands and say, "Hey, how's it going? Let's shake on that." You find that disgusting? That's exactly how disgusting I find these mothers.
Yeah, no, it's
And
ridiculous.
you know what? Hasbro used to be one of those toy companies you could go to because they had reliable products.
Yeah.
You can trust in their board games that they sold. You can trust in the toys that they sold.
Yes, yes.
Right.
You know, it's not like Monopoly and some of these other things that Hasbro has owned for years and years, or made, or whatever, or owned, I should say, owned. Yeah, because they bought other companies. That the Monopoly hasn't changed. Monopoly's still the same great game it's always been. But these other things, they hire certain people, and they don't believe in the old vision. They want to change everything, and it's too much, and it never ends. And it's that entitlement again. It's always the entitlement. It's a narcissism too, as well. And it's just, and then they wonder why these things are happening. Why people are not buying their toys as much. Why people are not buying their board games as much. Why people are not buying their card games as much that they own.
Why is anybody? No one's buying D&D. Okay, make it more lesbian. More women, more, and make them lesbians. Let's do more of that.
Yep.
Make it lame and gay.
Yeah, lame and gay.
That's the best I can do for Cartman.
Yeah, I mean,
Make it lame and gay.
Yeah, I wish we had that clip. I mean, we got the other one that's great. I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, thank you for shooting yourself in the foot. No one needs to destroy you. You're destroying yourself. And again, that's the problem when you have these huge, and I'm going to say it, monopolies.
And that's what Hasbro is.
They bought Kenner. They bought many of these other products out there. Wizards of the Coast. Wizards of the Coast, of course, bought D&D because, TSR finally did give up the Ghosts, and so they bought them. People were hoping they'd be safe because Wizards of the Coast, the card game, they know the thing, a lot of cross pollination, all that. But of course, then what happens? Hi, we're Hasbro.
Well, Hasbro, give us your company and give it to us now.
Yeah.
Why did I make him sound like Megatron? Because that is Hasbro.
I don't know.
You will surrender to us.
I don't know. Don't be insulting Megatron. I think he's much more honorable than Hasbro and these others, honestly. I think, even Megatron go, I wouldn't pull that shit. Skeletor wouldn't even pull that shit. He'd join up with He-Man. Let's do it. Let's rock.
Whoa, what the hell are they doing over at Hasbro, He-Man? I don't know, Skeletor, but it can't be any worse than what we're doing at Mattel.
Yeah.
You want to bet?
Yeah, let's aim our toys more specifically to the older set, so the prices are higher, so parents won't buy these for kids. So no one's buying it because you're not getting that next generation and to appreciate and play with these toys. No, you're too busy going for the fat ass, actually comic book guys and people like me. I granted, but the thing is, I don't want the fan. I want what would be played with kids. Because you want to share it, when you have grandkids. Hey, let's play Star Wars. These are action figures. Look what stories we can come up with. You can't do that now. You can't do that. It's too expensive. And what's going to happen when we die off?
So do these brands. Brands.
And they are dying off. For crying out loud, when you had a generation of kids buying Star Wars and they never saw Star Wars in the theater, the prequel wasn't out yet. All there was the EU, and you had the excited parents talking about Star Wars, telling about Star Wars. Kenner came out with the Power of the Force figures. Kids were buying up and playing them with those toys at that time, and you're getting that generation. And that's, and then going into the Phantom Menace. That's your last generation of kids buying toys. for Star Wars. I'm not saying there wasn't any, but I mean, in mass, like it was, that's it. And when they go, what are you going to do unless you reverse this? Unless you turn around and start making the toys. No one wants the sequel trilogy crap. That's proven. Hello, Ollie's. We have a special shipment for you. We're not going to the store with it. We're going straight to you.
And here's my question for everybody, not just us on the panel, but everybody who's watching, listening, or lurking right now on YouTube and Rumble. Is it too little, too late for these companies?
I'm not going to say anything.
Have they passed the point of no return?
I mean, if they can get some people in there, they can be like, listen, do we want to make money or not? We're a company. Our goal should be to always make money. That should be the number one rule. If anything, it's crazy to me. It's like, no, we'll just bleed money. Why? These monopolies are just, it's these monopolies because just too much power for a lot of these companies. We've seen this with EA. We you know, Nintendo sometimes has their problems, Sony, Microsoft. I mean, you go down the line.
Right.
But they're still not as bad as Hasbro, and they can be a problem. But exactly, eventually, if they keep going down that path, right,
their hubris
get worse.
tears them down. Now, there's several things that happen. I'm not ready to write it off.
Right.
Just like I'm not ready to write off Star Wars or any of that. Because what happens with these monopolies, their hubris, they lose control of themselves because they have so much they can't understand it, and then it starts bleeding. Then you got the people who are investing who are getting mad, and it's like, we want to see our money back. We don't want to see a loss. We're losing money, so things change. What happens? Well, you do have a real change, not the fake Bob Iger pretending he's doing Game of Thrones bullshit.
Right.
But you do have actual actors and someone going in there. You do have diversity, basically breaking them up and selling off or killing certain areas of your company because, we saw it with the car company. We saw it with GM. We saw it with Ford. We saw it with Dodge, right? We saw it with the motor industry. So some brands came to
even Toyota did it with their Scion brand.
Right. Exactly. So, Ford had Jaguar, Range Rover, Volvo. So what did they do? They sold them off. Then they turned around and they got rid of Mercury, which I find sad. I like Mercury. GM, the same thing. They got rid of, but even though they were getting a ton of government support, the GM was Government Motors, but still, they got rid of several car brands and scaled back. Well, that's what's going to happen. I mean, Disney is going to divest their products, and I'm going to be controversial. Star Wars is probably going to be one of the first ones. Lucasfilm's probably going to be one of the first ones that they divest, because I think that's the biggest thing that's really causing issue. Next one would be Marvel, unless they turn it around. Then it will be Pixar, in that order of if there's any divesting that's going to happen. Because Lucasfilm is not performing like they expected. They're expecting that 2 golden eggs an hour, and they're getting a 10 egg every week. That's how it is. It's going to be the same thing with Hasbro. They're either going to divest. You're going to have the people who are in charge, that investing into it, stockholders, all across the board, and they're going to have their little uprising. They're seeing it, and they know what's causing it. They know that it is the wokeness that's destroying the political agendas. They see how Bud Light is still hurting. It is hurting horribly. They are not rebounding from their bullshit that they did. And it's not because people are transphobic, homophobic, or whatever. That Dylan Mulvaney is a fucking prick. That's one of the reasons.
He's a narcissist,
prick. Right? And and making a fool of the whole thing,
right?
And because let's face it, I bet you there's people who are transsexual and homosexual that joined in, not doing it because Dylan Mulvaney pisses them the hell off too.
Yes.
Let's just ask Jace. Honestly, and I'm not being snarky with that statement. All we have to do is ask him, and he'll let us know. So you're gonna Hasbro is probably going to end up either shutting down or selling off. Wizard of the Coast is too valuable of a property to die, but it's going to be one that they think they can probably get a couple pennies off of if they sold to somebody. I'm hoping that's the case, and I hope it gets sent to somebody that actually loves what this is about and doesn't get into the pandering.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I hate to say it, Paizo is doing pandering. They're doing their own form of pandering. They still have the rainbow up on their little logo from earlier this year, right? So they're doing a little pandering, but the thing is they're kicking Wizards of the Coast's ass because at least their pandering isn't heavy-handed. It's not a heavy-handed pandering. And when they started doing their bullshit with Wizards, and all of a sudden it was hard to get any of the Pathfinder books because they sold out, and they're trying hard to get those printed up and onto the store. Well, that tells you something.
It does. Tells you pretty much everything you need to know.
If I was a stockholder, I would call my fellow stockholders all together and say, we need to have a talk.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. It's
so is it over? No, I don't think it's over.
No.
If things are done right, and it can happen.
Right.
And we've seen it happen before. We've seen it happen before.
Yes, we have. Yes. You just
got
to start getting the right people in there. And then these companies can start getting better, and you hire people. It's like, basically at the interview, it's like, I don't care what you are. Do you believe in the vision that I want to bring to this company? If you do, then you'll probably be a good fit. If you don't, then I'm sure there's another company out there that would be happy to have you. I know that would piss people off. Exactly.
Yeah. Yep. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Don't go away mad. Just go away.
Yep.
I'm sure they would sell Power Rangers. They spent, I think, something like 5 or maybe it was 12 million. I don't know the exact figures off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But they spent money to buy Power Rangers.
It'd be a good investment if they did it right. Right? But the thing is they're not. And they're letting the inmates run the asylum. So, this is not a case of being black-pilled, people. I don't want anybody to be black-pilled. I don't want anybody to be black-pilled on Star Wars. I don't want anybody to be black-pilled on Star Trek. I mean, in many ways, because it's under government control. Doctor Who, I think you can probably get black-pilled on because it's the BBC, right? It's that garbage there. So it's a different animal. It's a different creature. So you can probably blackpill that one. I hate to say, I really do hate. But the purpose of a boycott means that I'm not going to take your product until you improve. Which means if they do improve, guess what? We go back and start doing the product.
Exactly.
This is a boycott is not a forever thing.
No.
A boycott is never a forever thing, unless of course they never change.
Yep.
Unless they don't change their spots, right?
Yep.
Don't be blackpilled. Nobody, please be blackpilled.
Put out the question, even on social media. When was the last time you bought something that was produced by Hasbro?
Right.
I can tell you it was a couple of months ago. I bought a Galvatron figure because I had watched reviews on it and I really liked the way it looked.
Mm-hmm.
And did you like the quality? Did you feel you got your money's worth?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
That's
I'm glad.
Yes. Yeah, me too.
I mean, there's something they're doing right, and I'm not being sarcastic with that.
Right.
And I'm pleading with everybody here. And if anything to get clipped from this show from me, more than my tirades and rants, this is the thing I want people to go walk away with is remember the boycott is temporary. Don't be defeatist. We are winning. We are winning. These are our last gasp attempts to try to keep their ground, but they know they're losing. This article proves it. Clownfish TV. Anyway, Clownfish TV has been right more often than not. I mean,
you're certainly right about He-Man.
Right. All you have to do is bring up Kevin Smith right there. They're right on.
Yes, they were.
Kiki Sparkles and Nolan,
yes.
Neon.
Neon. You got it. Yeah.
Yeah. They know. They somehow they have a better source than even Doomcock. Right? Honestly, I mean, if you want to have your
Yeah.
inside stuff, talk to them because they're sane, they're to the point, they explain. And the fact that they're bringing that up, uh, yeah, set up straight. But please don't lose faith. Don't lose hope. We are the rebellion. If we just say, "Oh, that's it, I give up,"
Right. That's what they
well,
want. Never
do
do
our
it.
heroes give up? Then we lost the meaning of all these stories that we do love.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Then the story of Princess Leia, Luke Skywalker, Captain Kirk,
Mhm.
all down the line, even the Doctor himself, right? Then their lessons that they were teaching us in these stories, our modern myths,
Right.
have gone to waste.
Yes.
Well, now it's our time to stand up and protect those that were doing this for us. We have to be the champion for them and
Mm-hmm.
fight that good fight and not give up, not wash our hands of it. Because then we truly didn't care and we're no better than those that are out there going, I'm a fan because the Big Bang Theory, there are fans on there and it's cool and hip and it's an end thing. Oh God, I'm a fan. Look how big of a fan it is. I know David Tennant. I know David Tennant. No. I mean, honestly, it's time we have to take the fight. All of us, not just you people out there that listen to us. Because, when we say you're important to us, well, you're just as important to everything out there. Everything that we love dearly, even if it's even if it's a property that you didn't like. Say you don't like Transformers. Say you don't like GI Joe or even Doctor Who.
Mhm.
That doesn't matter. We're
No.
all in this fight together. We should fight for that as much as we fight for the stuff that we do love.
Mhm.
Because
Exactly.
because
You don't
that
want to
person
see it
that loves
die. You don't
right,
want to
because that
see it
person
disappear from the shelves. You don't want to see it disappear from media. I mean,
No.
imagine what's happening now with Hasbro. Imagine a day where you don't see any more Power Rangers toys on the shelves or Power Rangers merchandise. You don't see any more GI Joe related products. You don't see any more Transformers or My Little Pony related products. And you think to yourself, you remember when Transformers and GI Joe and Power Rangers and My Little Pony were the it thing, the big
Mhm.
thing that went on for years? I mean, this year, Power Rangers celebrated its 30th anniversary. Next year, Transformers celebrates its 40th. But there's also another series that celebrated its 40th this year, and that's G.I. Joe, a real
Mhm.
American hero. So
Da, da, da. Mhm.
Yep.
And one of the things that
you don't want to see things like that have a legacy, an
Mhm.
established legacy, die the way they're dying.
Mhm. The one thing that pissed me off the most was when it's uh the He-Man, the Masters Universe thing came out, and I honestly don't know which stream I was watching to bring it up. And the one guy that's on the panel goes, "What do I care? I don't like He-Man. Why are you making such a big deal about this?" And it's like,
Mhm.
you are just as much a problem as anything else with that attitude, because yeah,
Yes.
you might not like it, but the person that you enjoy, say, Star Wars with, right? You two like Star Wars,
Mhm.
but that person likes He-Man. Well, even though you don't like it, you stand in solidarity with your brother or your sister.
Right. Because they
You
can
don't
come for a
say something
property.
like that.
Exactly. Then when they come for a property that, oh, I can't believe it. It's like, well, you didn't care about He-Man, so why am I supposed to
Right.
care about this? But yeah, it's just like, oh, but it can't happen to my property. You have that attitude still. It can't happen to my
Oh,
property. So
but it can, but it
oh,
can,
but
but
it
it
can.
can.
Yes.
No, I'll say it right up front. I'm not a fan of the Power Rangers. It's just not my thing, right? It's
Right.
not my thing.
Right.
I'm
Right.
not saying derogatory. I'm not saying people who like
Right.
it are morons or buffoons. How can you like that shit? No, I'm not
Yeah.
saying it's not my thing. But you know what? I will fight. I will fight with you
Yeah.
to make sure that it stays what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Mhm.
because I respect my fellow fans.
Yeah.
I love my fellow fans. I don't want to see them see something torn apart like that and their heart
No.
broken.
If I see something like that being torn apart, where it's, making longtime fans just feel down, I'll get there in the trench with them, whether I have a horse in the race or not. I'll get
Yep.
there in the trench with them and help battle with them to save what they love.
Mm-hmm.
And don't be black-pilled, people. Don't. That's what they want us to be.
Yep. And really, whatever company you love, I don't know how many times I need to stress this, but you have every right to criticize them when they make mistakes, because none of these companies are perfect, and it is never a smart idea to go in there and be a blinded fanboy or fangirl or whatever and believe that these properties can never do anything wrong. Because as much as I've loved Nintendo over the year, I will criticize them when they fuck up. I will criticize Sony when they fuck up. I will criticize Microsoft when they screw up. I will criticize Star Wars when they screw up, that I feel they screwed up. Even anime, it doesn't matter what it is.
Right.
It is not a problem to be nitpicky about stuff. And when people tell you, oh, you hate everything, you just hate things that you just hate. And then you like things that you like. And there's nothing wrong with that. And if you're overly critical, too bad. If that's your personality, that's your personality. But the one thing is, just when you say something is shit, and I still hear this from even other friends of mine, I said, what makes it shit? If it functions, it's probably not shit. Now, if it's in a direction, then it's probably going in a bad direction. But shit is just like that. It really just doesn't make you feel much of anything. And it's just a mess and all kinds of things. But I still think it's unfair to say just something new that comes out, this looks like shit. Well, how do you know?
Right.
Yeah. Or this looks great. Well, how do you know? I mean, a lot of people are very high on stuff like the Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer. Okay, but it's just a trailer.
Right.
I have doubts about this because of things that they've already said. It's the same thing with Splinter Cell coming out. Things that I've loved for many years, they start saying this stuff and people go, "Oh, it's not going to be like that." But we've already seen it happen. So why is there not that possibility it could happen again?
Oh yeah. I mean, a trailer can just be lipstick on a pig.
That's
really.
Right. Yeah.
But let's bring up a little example here, and forgive me if you're not. My apologies. But when we started the show, there was someone that posted in the chat about anything positive about Star Wars. I'm thinking this guy's trolling because he's expecting us to just go out there and go. Basically, what he was expecting us to do was he was probably expecting us to do this.
You might think everything is okay, but Disney, he's gonna get you. Kathleen Kennedy's gonna get you. Disney and Kathleen Kennedy are gonna get you.
Yeah, and that will never get old.
No, it won't, because we're laughing at ourselves with that one. But the thing is, he put that in there. It's like, well, okay, we hit it. It's like, Mike was actually on it. Anything other than Mando, is there anything good that Disney put out or whatever? And I placed put in there. It's like talking on third party. I said, there's people like you, Cash, and Crit that like Andor. People like the last season of the Clone Wars because it was done. People like Rebels.
Yes.
You had some people that did or didn't. I mean, there's debate back and forth with Andor. Some people liked it, some people didn't.
Right. And I don't even get mad when friends of mine, other people I know, that they say it's shit. But I always ask, like, I don't feel that way, and I tell you why. I will always tell you why. But it's always funny to me when people say, well, why do you hate this person? Why do you hate this product? And they have no answer.
Right.
So then why do you really hate it? Because somebody else told you to hate it?
I was going to say they're saying they hate it because it's trendy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where the drone mentality comes into place.
And the thing is, I think that's also where and I don't mean to toot our own horn. I really don't. I'm not trying to be. I know a lot of times we're being silly, but we're being extreme. You're seeing the serious Baron here. You're seeing, basically backstage Baron. So forgive me, I'm not being my usual jovial, smart ass self.
Right.
But the thing is yeah, even with that, we can praise if Disney did something good. We're not out there to just be, uh, naysayers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rogue One was good. That was Disney.
I
I
liked it a
thought
Mhm.
lot.
Solo was pretty good. I thought
Yeah,
Solo was
I
pretty
like
good.
Solo. I got nothing
Yeah,
against Solo.
Solo was actually, I thought, overall pretty good. There was some
yeah,
weird stuff in there, but yeah, it's a pretty
yeah.
good movie.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a good popcorn film. I don't, I as an EU fan, I consider it one of the tall tales of Star Wars that you'd find in the holodramas in Star Wars. But
Right.
still, it was a fun one. I mean, it
Yeah,
was
well, Ron
enjoyable.
Howard always
Surprising.
has a vision, however you feel
Yeah.
about the man. I mean, he's been acting for years, and then he became a director, and his
Well,
dad was obviously in acting, and
yeah, and his brother. But the thing is he's coming in. He was taking over a shit show. So
right,
I mean,
got to do
it's like,
something about that. Yeah,
right, it's like, how are you going to fix this? And he did a pretty fair job of it. I thought, yeah, I mean, what he had to work with, right? But so yeah, I mean, we're not going to go out there, Mike,
yeah,
Cash, and I. We're not just going to go out there and blanket it. Just like people who go
no,
out there and, oh, it's Star Wars Disney. It's going to be good no matter what. We're not going to go out there and say, oh, it's Star Wars Disney. It's going to all suck. No,
right,
there are
exactly.
bright lights in there. There are people that have been trying. Timothy Zahn's trying to keep Thrawn alive with his vision, with his books,
Mhm.
even though Dave Filoni is wanting to turn around and destroy that. But Rebels, pretty good. I thought so. Of course, the first 2 seasons of Mando, pretty. Obviously the first season, awesome,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So,
His first season was quality. I was like, oh, look, there's a good direction here. We've got seriousness still. We've got some good humor. We've
right,
got a quality cast. Yeah, and even season 2, it's like, oh, we got a quality villain. Oh, look,
right.
here's Luke. I haven't watched season
Mhm.
3 of Mandalorian yet. I don't know if I want to.
I
I've seen
haven't seen
only
it. I
clips.
know. I'm having a hard time, especially when you have I up with a Jawa. It's like, really, come. But the
Yep.
thing is, that's just it. We aren't black pilled,
No.
and I'm inviting everybody out there not to be black pilled, but take up the good fight and have hope.
Mhm.
We are the rebellion. We truly are. They want to. The other side wants to sit back and say that they are, but no, they're the oppressive, impressive empire. They want to smash down anything that doesn't fit in their little narrow mind.
Right.
Our minds are wider because we know the scope of these universes and what you can
Mhm.
do in it.
Mm-hmm.
The
Well,
one thing
it's like when it came to Picard. I didn't want to listen to what other people on YouTube or even in my
Right.
personal life were
Right.
saying
Exactly.
about it. I wanted to be able to judge it for myself.
Yep. I
Right.
mean, Rebel Moon, for example, has gotten mixed reviews, and people are. I want to judge it for myself.
Mhm.
yeah,
I want to.
yeah, same here. I mean, I have to confess, the trailer makes me a little nervous because this looks like a mashup between Dune and Star Wars. I mean,
Mhm.
I'm just going off of what the trailer is showing.
Right. Right.
Yeah, because I was going to say, watching the trailer, I do have my reservations.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to say I don't.
Yeah, that trailer is not enticing. I hate to say that. And the thing is, just like a trailer can go out there and put lipstick on a pig, it can also make your thing look bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was saying earlier, how the Sci-Fi Channel was promoting Lex as this hot and heavy sex show when it wasn't. It's just a bizarre science fantasy, and just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's hope. I mean, I'm hoping that the film is at least a fun popcorn type film. I'm not expecting.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting something big and huge out of it myself, but I'm hoping that it's at least something fun and enjoyable. And that you can go back to and watch and say, yeah, this is a good popcorn film. Hey, let's just put this on. Let's have a little bit of fun. It's like, kind of a go-to when I'm feeling a little down. I want to watch something that lifts me up.
Yeah. Right. I don't care that there's been mixed reviews, and then things surprise me, like IGN giving the animated film of Babylon 5 a 7 out of 10. That surprised me because they can be so ridiculous. And it's like, you know what? There's still people who obviously see the things that we see, that this is good quality entertainment.
Right.
Or even great quality entertainment.
Right. And damn, that animated Babylon 5 film was freaking fantastic.
I liked it.
I enjoyed
I'd
it.
watch it again.
Yeah, I want to watch it again too. It was like, wow, it's just like, ooh, it's like I'm home again. The road home. It really was the road home.
Mm-hmm.
When people say you can't go home again, no, I went home again with that. And it was magnificent. It was wonderful.
I mean,
And
film
see,
Philma Lamar as Dr. Franklin. I mean,
Yes.
yeah.
You know,
and the guy that provided the voice for Garibaldi, if you didn't know, you would have thought it was the actual actor.
Yes.
And see, our perseverance in some ways was able to bring this around. So,
Yes.
you know what? Let's be a band of brothers and sisters. Let's support, even if it's something that is not your cup of tea. Don't be black-pilled. And just remember something most important. We are winning. We are going to see a change here. You're going to see the way the economy is, the way the world is right now, the chaos that we're in. Things are going to fall apart. We need to be there to help build it back up, just like we did in the old days with TSR, making sure D&D stayed alive, just like even with Star Wars. When Star Wars, everyone thought Star Wars was dead, but yet in '87, the role-playing game came out and started to spark up, and then Timothy Zahn and came out with the Heir of the Empire trilogy, and you had Dark Horse Comics with Dark Empire. You know, don't sell that Dark Empire short. That also helped revitalize and put a shot in the arm. And look what happened.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, never. Just like Mike says, don't count me out.
Yep. I mean, there could be some great Star Wars game that is better than a lot of these movies, a lot of these TV shows. You just don't know. It just depends if somebody's willing to do it. And bring in that great vision, you know, bring great characters like Kyle Katarn. I know some people don't like him, but I think the majority of people still like. I know Kyle Katarn's a great.
That's why I can't wait for this Redux Dark Forces.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, right there, excited
right
about.
There's a perfect example of being excited about something.
Yep.
Because it reminds us of what once was good.
And the hope. We have the hope
that it can be again.
Yep.
Right.
I know. I'm paraphrasing a line from a movie, but still, it's what you actually think about. You know, I want to go back to a time where we didn't have to worry about this crap that we have to put up with now. And one of the best ways of going back to that time is to watch a movie or show or play a game or read a book.
Yep.
And be reminded of those times.
You try to pass it on to the next generation, because when I do get grandchildren, you know what I'm going to be doing.
You're going to be introducing them to a lot of this.
Right. They're going to be immersed, and they're going to be immersed in the good stuff, not the crap. I'm going to tell them, yeah, there is a dark time. But we're going to look at what made it good. And hopefully, when they do come and they start getting old enough to start appreciating this stuff, it will be back.
Yeah.
And you know something, folks? As much as we joke, josh, bitch, moan, all that stuff on this show, the one thing I hope you always get from us is we do have that optimism of hope.
Yes.
That we do believe things are going to get better. I want to make the fandom menace. I know some people think that's a bad word now, but I want to make this fandom menace back to what it was, hope. That we as fans band together and we make them afraid out there to do what they're doing and actually get back to what is supposed to be. And I have faith. I have faith in every one of you that's listening and who you associate with out there. I don't know if there's enough of us that's saying this message. I really don't know. But I want you to know you get that message here. We have faith.
Yeah. We do. I mean, if I didn't have faith in the Cubs win the World Series, no, I'm serious.
I know. It's a perfect example. I'm laughing because it's a perfect example.
Yes.
And I saw it happen. I I saw it happen,
Yeah,
Mhm.
you
and
do.
I'll never forget it.
Mhm. Miracles happen, folks. But the thing is, sometimes a miracle happens from you, all of us. And we more than
Are you
ever.
putting that on a Hallmark card, dude?
Yeah, might as well. I should be ready for Hallmark. But no, but the seriousness is it takes all of us, and I have faith, and we
Mhm.
can do it. I know everyone here is great. They're wonderful. Don't be down. Don't be depressed. Yeah, as Doomcock says, stay angry.
Mhm.
But remember, when we do win the battle, it's time to put the swords away.
Yeah, exactly.
We have to see that victory goal. Or if we don't
Mhm.
do that, we're no better than who we're fighting. So
No.
when we achieve victory, yeah, put those swords away and enjoy. Enjoy the victories, the spoils. Know that we have made it to the finishing line, and it's time. It's time to enjoy and spread this again. Boycotts are temporary. When they do good, then it's time to get rid of that boycott.
Exactly.
I'm not, yeah, and I'm not going out there promoting boycotts, mind you. A boycott is a personal thing, in my opinion. It's not a movement. It's a personal thing. I choose not to. I'm not following the drummer. I'm not doing it because someone told me to do it. It's my personal convictions. That too. That too. Crack that little whip. Come on, move it, move it, move it. Come on. You missed the spot. You missed the spot. And that's my soapbox, kids. That's my sermon.
No.
And of course, please open your hymnals to page hymn 469. We shall overcome.
No, it's like I said earlier. Hasbro brought this upon themselves,
Right.
Yes.
so I do not feel sorry for Hasbro.
Right.
I'll feel sorry
Yes.
for those who are laid off, especially this time of year,
Mhm.
because not every one of those people that were laid off were probably part of the woke agenda.
Right. I mean,
Mhm.
as it goes, if it's the wokey pokey, I don't feel sorry for you. If you're not a wokey pokey and you're just the average schlub like us, I do feel sorry.
Mhm.
No. So yeah, I mean, part of me is a mean bastard, and the other part of it is sympathetic.
Yes.
So, going on to our next story.
We still got more stories. Oh my god, what are we doing?
Well, I'm just gonna make these last two very brief.
I know. We really got on soapboxes.
We did.
My apologies. I didn't mean to really.
We need to look at some nice artwork.
Oh God. Excuse me. I'm gonna get some lotion now and my. When I'm talking about like the pinups and stuff like that. This is
It's
like
this
what I'm
type of
talking
art.
about. Yeah. I mean, when you were a kid, these were the images that made you really fall in love with women.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if that's the way you went, it's like, oh,
Basically,
pretty head.
yeah. And I'm not gonna read the article, but this is for variant covers, as it says here on the headlines for Thundercats #2. And I'm just gonna scroll through, and you all can critique the
Look at
art.
how good that is, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love.
Oh.
I can. There's just the passion and the love you can see in that art right there. That is art, definitely.
Yeah, better than what
Great.
Marvel's been putting out with some of their
Uh,
Marvels. Oh my God.
Chitara.
Chitara, yeah.
God. Oh. When did she let her hair down?
She always had her hair down in the animated series.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying. It's like, oh yeah.
I want to go back and watch the 2002 one. I think I had finished that a long time ago. But
I mean, even this, it reminds me of Marvel and
Yeah.
DC back in the day.
Yes.
The Day. Yes, The Day.
Just, that artwork is so fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
Mum Ra.
Oh my word! Look how beautiful. You know what? That piece right there, right? It's not a complex piece. It's rather simple, but boy, does it have an impact.
Mm-hmm.
Even something not really minimalist. I can't say it's minimalist, but something that's like that's not so busy. Sometimes hit harder than when you do have one of those busy scenes.
It's great.
Exactly. And then look at this one.
Mhm. I don't want
Awesome.
to fuck with him. I don't, it's like I should. We good now? We on the same team, right? We good? We good?
Yeah. Tigra. Tigra was always my favorite, besides Chitara.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah. Are you going to start drawing that soon, Anonymous? You said you've seen better.
yeah. Come on, Amos. Come on. Put your money where your mouth is. I want to see it by the next show. Come on.
Mhm.
And of course, my favorite's Chitara, because
Mhm.
that's the pinup style art.
Um,
I've always liked the pinup
Yep.
style art.
That is
Yep.
exactly it. Yeah.
It's awesome.
I mean,
Just great.
that's the one that the blue-haired land whales always bitch and moan about. Oh, yeah, objectifying women. I'm gonna go get the new romance novel.
Chitara's a badass, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the new
Mhm.
novel with
She
that.
tell
with
those
the
women to
shirtless,
shove it.
Yeah, I gotta get my latest romance novel with Fabio on the cover, shirtless. But you're objectifying women.
I'm sure you do, Anonymous. Now make sure to use the right product, man. We don't want your hair to turn a
Yeah.
different color, dude.
Yeah, he's going blue-haired. Yeah, I mean, but
Eh,
that's just it. That was when you had the really, like those Marvel special, the kind of the magazines sized comics,
mhm.
like when they had like a Conan or whatever, and that's the type of artwork you saw on those covers.
Yeah,
those
exactly. It's
Yeah,
special-
just great,
I
man.
still have a Masters of the Universe book that I had since I was a kid, and it's got
Mhm.
that type of artwork on the cover.
right, and it does what it's supposed to do. It grabs you. It's like, whoa,
Oh,
what's
Mhm.
this?
it's crazy, like this adaptation art, like, and it's been going on for a while now. Like it's being attacked by people. Oh, this has been
Yeah.
whitewashed, and this. Are you people stupid? This is like, this stuff
Well,
is really good. I mean,
that's
Nintendo should hire these people, or
Mhm.
these other companies. They should hire these people. This art is amazing. Yeah,
Again, it's the only weapon they have in their
right.
arsenal. You're just whitewashing ests phobes, this, that. You're objectifying women, blah blah blah. Of course, I kind of saw that some of the other the male ones were kind of getting a little objectified too.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
we'll just ignore that. I mean, for crying out loud,
Right.
Tila and He-Man wore more than He-Man. I mean,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
so it's like, talk about, it's like, being insecure about your body. It's like, oh, okay, I guess I gotta hit the gym a little bit more. I want to look like He-Man.
Mhm.
Right.
And then we have. I mean, I'm just showing the images. I'm not reading the article itself, but this is from Bell to Bell for any wrestling fans out there who are looking to add more wrestling figures to their collection. Well, we got the Legion of Doom. There's Hawk. There's Animal,
Mhm.
and of course you got Rick and Scott Steiner.
Mhm.
There's Scott, all roided up,
Broad
and there's
rage.
Rick.
Mhm.
Yeah, the dog-faced gremlin right here, Rick Steiner.
Yeah. Are you trying to say that there's the Roid Warriors?
And then, of course, here's Scott Steiner as Big Papa Pump.
Mm. Get these figures and then go out there and have them kick the John Cena figures ass. There you go.
John Cena.
Do-do-do-do.
Uh,
Danhausen. But I mainly clicked on it because I was always a big fan of the Road Warriors, Hawk and Animal.
They were something else. There's no doubt about it. Characters. Well, and that's
Mhm.
just it. That's what you had. You had characters in there, not whatever it is he turned into now.
So, gentlemen, as this wraps up this edition of Pacific 414 Pop Talk, what do you have coming up on your respective channels? Starting with Baron.
Right now, I'm going to go and get my nitrogen pills and my heart pills because I got to get this blood pressure down, man. I didn't expect to get so riled up today, but of course, hopefully continuing on our Babylon 5 streams Saturday, 10 o'clock Central Standard Time on Fandom Legacy. And of course, you can catch me with these two Hunyucks and that'll be the third Hunyuk. Hello.
Well, I can play that real quick if you want me to play the clip of the Hunyuks.
Yeah, go ahead. The Hunyuks. Yeah. Hello.
All right. There it is.
Hello.
But and of course, hopefully we'll get some gaming in this this coming up week. Maybe we'll have a surprise one. I hope because of we had technical issues sadly on Friday. No fault of Cash Money, so no one better blame him. I blame Phil. So
it's easy to blame Phil. He'll attack us or try to troll us with something. So
right. So that's basically me in a nutshell. And you know what? I'm my getting close to New Year's, so I got my New Year's resolution to actually try to start literally start pumping out some stuff again. You know, my shorts and stuff like that. So
do it, man.
Shorts out, man. I'm going to air my shorts out. You're going to see them, and you're going to notice that they're going to be bleached and pressed.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's no runways on these. No runways. So.
Very nice. And Cash Money 007 of the Phantom Hooligans.
Oh.
Hooligans?
The Hooligans, yeah. We're gonna actually have Dark Tide.
Hooligans.
And the Hooligans, yeah.
Hooligans.
Sure, whatever. No, Hooligans. But no, we're gonna have Dark Tide Friday. It was crazy that the full screen resolution was the main problem with OBS and slobs. It has to be full screen borderless. It just has to be. Whatever reason, I don't know if it's because it's on Xbox and you run it on there. I don't know, but it works. So that's what's important. So that'll be played next Friday. And then before that, I'll have some surprises. And I've tested some other stuff with OBS, and it's all working. So we'll see. And then after we're finally done next week with Dark Tide, then we're going to play Among Us. And what I'm going to do is we're going to do a test run to make sure things work. Because I haven't tried the new map, and I want to test it out. So.
Well, see, but the thing is just keep your machine away from drinking. Because that was beer goggles your machine had. That's what it was.
Yeah.
It felt like it. I know. It was crazy though that these little tweaking nonsense. It was just like it shouldn't be okay. Full screen, it should be fine. Yet other games, it's fine. With Steam, you run it full screen, it's fine. So maybe with Dark Tide, not on the Xbox app, it's fine. We have it downloaded there, but actually on Steam, maybe I won't have these problems. Maybe I will. Maybe it's just set that way. It's stupid though, but whatever.
Well, we had no problems that one time, so
no. Last week when we were playing Dark Tide, we didn't have any issues.
I think it either was the full screen or maybe I had it on borderless full screen. But if that's what they want, fine, whatever. And there was new updates too of OBS, and but Slobs had the same problem. So
yeah, it did. He and Cash was just so upset afterwards. He grabbed his 9-iron, got in his car, went down the Fullerton, and he's like, "Whoa, he's on
again."
He's on
I was looking for mailboxes, and I found a few. No, I'm kidding, but it's a joke. YouTube. We make jokes on here, YouTube. So I know
you do.
So go cry to mommy, YouTube, or whatever you cry to.
But you sure heard him scream when he got hit with that taser. Oh, I tell you.
And I'm gonna say this again, that there was a stream recently on another channel. I'm not gonna say which one it was, and it could have gone a lot better from what I saw. So we're gonna make sure that this Among Us stream is gonna be a lot of fun, and we'll see if we can get at least. This will be in 2 weeks. We'll see if we can get at least an hour or an hour and a half out of it, because Among Us does get boring after a while. It can be fun, but
yeah. Well, I think if we keep the banter up, it's fun. That's right. It. We just gotta keep the banter up amongst each other, and not say that you're the killer.
That's right. Don't say you're the killer, and please, if you're the other imposter, don't just sit there and be like, "Oh, well, I'm I'm making distractions and stuff. Kill people in the game. That's the point as the imposter. So you can do both. You can do the distractions and you can kill people in the game. What?
Right.
I know, it's crazy.
It's a double thing. And you know what? The big thing goes on that is I can't wait to kill you guys. I really can't. It's a game, YouTube. Really
in the game, YouTube. In the game.
YouTube.
I just can't wait. I mean,
YouTube. Sometimes you just need to go screw off.
I want Phil in there. I want Phil in there, and I want to take him out. But the thing is, everyone's going to think that he is the imposter. Everyone.
Yep. But I have to say, YouTube did help Mike recently, so that was nice.
Yeah,
they actually did something. They did.
Yeah,
they did something.
They did. They helped.
Again,
and I do appreciate that. I do mean that, YouTube. I do appreciate the help you gave me recently.
Yeah, we praise when praise is needed. My God, I'm losing my voice.
Yep.
Long Suffering's going to be happy about that. It's like, oh, great, he's going to shut up now.
But as far as what's coming up on PACIFIC414, Tuesday will be the final installment of RoboCop Rogue City. That's right. I'm on the last level.
Ooh.
Yay.
So please tune in for that at 6 p.m. Eastern time on the YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and Rumble channels. And then Wednesday, there will be an episode of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk and T-Gap Steve. If you're not following the Rumble channel and you want to give us the latest adventure of Beverly Hills 414, well, please, you and everyone else, follow this link over to Rumble. This way you can get the Rumble exclusive edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk this coming Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. There won't be just the 2 hours on YouTube and Rumble. Nah, we're going for a full 2 hours and then some on Rumble.
Mike wants to see me drop.
And then on Thursday, and my fingers will be double crossed and triple crossed that everything works just fine for us when we're playing this game, because the last couple of times we've tried playing this particular game, we've had some issues with internet and internet connection. But Cash and I will return to River City and continue our adventure with River City Girls 2.
Awesome.
Won't you come out tonight? Come out tonight.
I was waiting for that. For that.
That's what it's gonna happen.
I have to do it. I mean, it's in the contract.
The contract.
Well, Fran Drescher made sure it was in the contract. Okay.
Fran Drescher.
Right. Franny.
Oh, she's such a great negotiator, isn't she?
No. Just no.
No, I believe after a year we're going to see another strike. I believe it's inevitable, actually.
Yeah.
I really do. I'd be shocked if it didn't happen.
I'm rooting.
Yeah, it's going to happen a year and a half. That's my gut feeling on it. I could be wrong.
Yeah. But let's be hopeful. Let's hope that it's going to happen.
But I do want to thank everybody who watched over on YouTube and Rumble today. Thank you very much. For those of you who watched on Rumble, don't ever be afraid to say something in the chat. I do look at the chat over there and I will respond. But for those of you who are with us over on YouTube, I want to thank Phil McCracken for dropping by. Thank you, Phil. We had Pop Culture Mechanic. Thank you, Pop. Greatly appreciate it. Old Man was here. I can't control with Baron and Cash on there. Watch me. Of course, we had Paul of Fandomology. Thank you, Paul.
Bye.
Prismatics was here. Good to see you, Prismatics. And of course, Anonymous, who was gifted a membership yesterday.
Do-do-do-do-do.
And I will make sure that for those of you who are gifted memberships yesterday, that you are able to join the next member stream before the membership expires.
Ooh.
Oh my.
And we also had Blazerhawk Darren, the Padawannabe. We also had Kudamak. And of course, everybody's favorite penguin besides Punk Waddle. I don't want word getting around that we favor Punk Waddle over Low Spec or Low Spec over Punk Waddle. Low Spec Linux laptop. So it's
Two
nice to see you,
penguins.
brother.
One penguin leaves. Two penguins enter. One penguin leaves.
And of course, he is the author of Beverly Hills 414, the man himself, Big Daddy T-Gap Steve. Yep, that's right, Big Daddy. But thank you to all who watch, listen, and lurk during Pop Talk, during the game streams. Show your support for the channel. I do greatly appreciate it. And remember two things. One, don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. And two, I'm not just a baseball guy, I'm an all-around guy. Take care, everybody. And subscribe to Baron and Cash.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
Yeah.
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Yes, please do.
Yes.
And never give up hope.
That's right.
Never give up, never surrender.